The wind howls across the endless white expanse, a continent locked in silence and mystery. Antarctica, a land so remote and forbidding that it seems more like another planet than part of our own world. For centuries, explorers have braved its deadly cold and blinding storms, chasing the edges of maps, hoping to find something more than ice. They found desolation. They found danger. But what if, buried beneath that frozen wasteland, there was something else? Something built not by nature, but by hands long forgotten. It began as a whisper, a rumor drifting through obscure corners of the internet and whispered within research communities. Satellite images, officially public, but quietly modified, appear to show geometric shapes beneath miles of solid ice. At first, it seemed impossible, just patterns in nature misread by eager imaginations. But then came more scans, more anomalies, more whispers. What if this wasn't a trick of the eye? What if the ice was hiding the ruins of a lost civilization? A city frozen in time, sealed beneath Antarctica's eternal winter. The story begins with the satellite that never lied. High above the Earth, an unblinking eye orbiting hundreds of miles above the surface, caught something unusual. A formation that appeared too symmetrical, too precise, to be a natural mountain range. Analysts zoomed in. The structure's angles were nearly perfect 90 degrees. The shadows fell in patterns that spoke of deliberate construction, not chaotic glacial movement. The data was archived, then quietly removed. But once the digital world has seen something, it never truly disappears. The first to notice were not government agents or scientists, but curious independent researchers, digital archaeologists, conspiracy forums, and a handful of professional cartographers compared the imagery to geological data. What they found didn't fit into the accepted model of Earth's history. Beneath layers of ice older than human civilization itself lay something structured, massive, angular, organized. Some called it a city. Others thought it was a fortress. A few even claimed it might be something far beyond human origin. Why does this matter? Because Antarctica was supposed to be empty, untouched, and lifeless for millions of years. According to conventional science, humans have never set foot on that continent before the 19th century. There should be no ruins, no architecture, and certainly no cities beneath the ice. Yet, the satellite images told a different story, a story that demanded explanation. Imagine for a moment a civilization so ancient that its memory has been erased not by time, but by the planet itself. Imagine temples of stone and metal buried under glaciers taller than skyscrapers. Imagine corridors sealed in ice, machinery frozen mid-motion, waiting for the thaw. It sounds like science fiction, but history has a way of mocking our certainty. Every time we think we know everything about the past, something extraordinary surfaces from the shadows. Governments responded with silence. Scientific agencies deflected questions. The few experts who dared to comment called it geological coincidence. But as more images leaked, the patterns became harder to ignore. The geometry was consistent. The heat signatures beneath certain coordinates defied explanation. If it was just ice, why did it radiate warm from below? Why did radar scans bounce back as if striking hollow spaces, tunnels, and chambers? And then came the real shock. A classified survey, never meant for public release, allegedly showed that the ice sheet was thinner in certain areas where the anomalies appeared. Something beneath was pushing upward, massive, ancient, and unknown. When this data was quietly buried, a few insiders risked everything to leak it. They spoke of structures miles wide, doorways big enough for aircraft, and readings that suggested metal deep within the crust. One of them said, "Whatever is down there, it's not supposed to exist." The implications are staggering. If the scans are real, and if the structures are indeed artificial, it would mean our understanding of human history is incomplete by tens of thousands of years. It would suggest that once, before the ice, a civilization flourished on a continent now buried under frozen miles of silence. A civilization capable of feats that defy explanation. A civilization erased from memory, preserved in cold. What was this hidden city? Who built it? And why was it buried? The more you look, the stranger the answers become. Ancient maps hint at an ice-free Antarctica. Old legends speak of lands beyond the south winds. And explorers through the ages have returned with stories too strange to believe. As you'll discover in this journey, the truth about Antarctica's hidden city might be far more astonishing and far more unsettling than anyone dares to admit. By the end of this investigation, you will not only see the evidence for yourself, but you will also understand why this discovery could rewrite everything we know about our species, our history, and perhaps even our origin. The ice hides many things, but not forever. And as technology digs deeper into the frozen heart of the world, the secrets it guards are beginning to thaw. The question is, are we ready for what will be revealed when the ice finally gives up its dead? Antarctica stretches across the bottom of the world like a vast, frozen secret, an entire continent shrouded in silence. For millions of years, this white wilderness has been cut off from the rest of the planet, sealed under ice sheets that reach more than 2 miles thick. The air is so cold that it burns the lungs, and the winds can slice through steel. From space, it looks almost lifeless, just endless white, broken only by jagged peaks and frozen ridges. But what lies beneath that glittering surface has become one of the greatest enigmas of the modern age. For centuries, the world thought of Antarctica as nothing more than an icy desert. The first explorers who reached its shores described it as a graveyard of ships, where compasses spun wildly and storms appeared out of nowhere. Yet, modern science began to change that perception. Beneath that ice, radar imaging revealed mountain ranges, ancient lakes, and even patterns that look hauntingly familiar, shapes that seem to defy random chance. What the satellites and ice-penetrating instruments found raised a terrifying question. Could something ancient and intelligent still be entombed below? To understand how something could remain hidden for so long, one must first grasp the sheer power of ice. Antarctica holds 70% of the world's fresh water, locked in glaciers so vast that they create their own weather. Over millennia, these glaciers have shifted, ground down mountains, and swallowed entire valleys. Anything that once existed on the surface, forests, rivers, even civilizations, would now lie hundreds of meters below, perfectly preserved in a frozen tomb. In this way, Antarctica is not a dead place. It is a time capsule, and like any capsule, it guards its secrets fiercely. Scientists have long been aware that Antarctica wasn't always frozen. Deep ice core samples reveal that in the distant past, the continent was covered with forests, rivers, and life. Fossilized leaves, pollen, and even the bones of dinosaurs have been discovered beneath the ice, proving that this land once basked in sunlight. Millions of years ago, before the Great Freeze, Antarctica might look more like modern-day New Zealand, lush green and teeming with biodiversity. But something changed. A sudden shift in the planet's axis or a catastrophic event turned paradise into a wasteland. The temperatures plummeted and everything, plants, animals, perhaps even people, was sealed away forever. Now imagine if a civilization had existed here before that cataclysm. A people who thrived when Antarctica was warm, who built cities and monuments near its coastlines. When the ice came, their world would have been swallowed whole, frozen instantly, preserved perfectly. It's a haunting possibility, and one that modern technology may finally be uncovering. Radar imaging from satellites, especially those using synthetic aperture radar, can now peer through layers of ice and rock. What they found in certain regions of East Antarctica, near the Gamburtsev Mountains and under the ice plains of Wilkes Land, has baffled researchers. Beneath thousands of feet of frozen water lie structures that seem geometric in nature. Straight lines, sharp angles, repeating patterns. Nature rarely builds in symmetry. And yet here, beneath the oldest ice on Earth, symmetry appears everywhere. These patterns sparked a quiet revolution in scientific curiosity and a loud explosion in public speculation. Geologists claimed these were subglacial rock formations carved by pressure and time. But independent analysts pointed out inconsistencies. The angles were too precise, the proportions too deliberate. When 3D radar maps were constructed, they seemed to outline chambers, corridors, even what's described as a city grid. Could this frozen desert hide evidence of human or non-human intelligence predating recorded history? Antarctica's preservation power is unmatched. Elsewhere, time destroys everything. Wind, rain, and the chaos of human interference erase ancient traces. But here, ice guards what it swallows. That is what makes the idea of a buried civilization so tantalizing. Unlike lost cities that crumble beneath jungles or seas, anything beneath Antarctica could be as pristine as the day it froze. If explorers could drill through the miles of solid ice, they might find entire structures intact, walls still standing, inscriptions unweathered, technology frozen mid-motion. And that is what terrifies those who understand the implications. Because if such things exist beneath the ice, they are not just remnants of an old civilization. They are evidence that human history is far older and far more complex than we've been taught. The ice does not merely conceal. It protects, it preserves, it waits. It is both tomb and time machine, holding the past in suspended animation. But there's another reason Antarctica remains a mystery: its sheer isolation. The continent is larger than Europe, yet only a few thousand people ever set foot there, and even fewer venture far inland. Every year, vast regions remain untouched, unseen, unrecorded. No satellites can penetrate everywhere, and no expedition can explore every crevice. Massive storms can swallow entire bases, and the magnetic anomalies disrupt navigation systems. It is a place where technology falters and time stands still. This isolation has given birth to legends, stories of explorers who vanished, strange lights that dance beneath the ice, and radio signals no one can trace. To many, Antarctica has become more than a scientific frontier. It is a threshold between the known and the forbidden. Each discovery, each anomaly, pulls humanity closer to an uncomfortable truth: that we might not be the first intelligent beings to walk this planet. For now, the frozen secrets remain out of reach, locked beneath a kingdom of ice. But the satellites continue to scan. The data keeps coming, and with each image, the patterns grow clearer. Something is down there, something that time itself could not erase. And as the ice continues to melt, nature may soon reveal what humanity has long feared to ask: what sleeps beneath the frozen veil at the end of the world? It began quietly, like most revolutions do, not with shout, but with a flicker on a screen. High above Earth, satellites orbit in silence, sweeping their mechanical eyes across every continent, capturing images invisible to the human eye. One of those satellites, designed to monitor glacial movement, picked up something unusual in the heart of Antarctica. At first, it looked like just another ice formation, angular shadows stretching across a frozen plain. But as the data was processed and refined, the pattern became too precise to ignore. It wasn't just ice. It was geometry, perfect geometry. Analysts stared at the screens in disbelief. Hidden beneath thousands of feet of ice were lines and shapes that seemed engineered rather than formed by nature. The angles were sharp, exact right angles spanning hundreds of meters. The shadows suggested elevation, ridges, and depressions that hinted at structure. When the radar data was converted into 3D renderings, the formations looked eerily like buildings, massive, rectangular outlines arranged in what appeared to be a grid. The coordinates were logged, the findings tagged, and quietly passed along to a handful of geological teams. What happened next would fuel decades of speculation. Within weeks, parts of satellite data vanished from public archives. Coordinates that had once been freely accessible suddenly redirected to blank pages. The metadata showed edits, file replacements, and deletions, something highly unusual for glacial imaging datasets that normally attract little public interest. When independent researchers requested the missing frames, the response was terse: data unavailable due to technical errors. But not everyone forgot. Before the files disappeared, a few open-source analysts had already downloaded and cross-referenced them with older images. They discovered that this anomaly was not new. It had appeared in previous radar passes, though weaker and less defined. Whatever was under the ice had been there for a very long time, perhaps growing clearer only because the ice above it was slowly thinning. In a warming world, Antarctica's secrets were beginning to show themselves. The structure, if it could be called that, was located near the Wilkes Land region, one of the least explored and most geologically intriguing parts of the continent. Beneath that area, scientists had already discovered a massive gravitational anomaly, a region where the density of material below the surface is dramatically different from its surroundings. Some had theorized it might be a giant crater from an asteroid impact. Others believed it could be something even more extraordinary, a massive man-made complex buried under miles of glacial sediment. The satellite scans revealed repeating formations, three elongated ridges forming a triangular pattern with nearly perfect symmetry. When enhanced, the ridges' alignment resembled the orientation of the pyramids of Giza, down to a fraction of a degree. Coincidence, said the skeptics. Impossible, said the believers. The patterns were too deliberate, too ordered, to be dismissed as the chaos of geology. Then came the heat readings. Infrared sensors detected subtle but persistent heat signatures emanating from deep within the ice, concentrated directly above the anomalies. The scientific explanation pointed to geothermal vents or magma pockets, but the distribution didn't match any known volcanic system. The heat seemed focused, controlled, almost artificial. Instruments designed to detect natural patterns struggled to make sense of the symmetry, as if the continent itself was trying to hide something unnatural. As the news began leaking through alternative media circles, official sources scrambled to contain the narrative. NASA and the European Space Agency released carefully worded statements, attributing the anomalies to data compression artifacts and natural topographical variations. But for those who had seen the raw images, those explanations felt like half-truths. Independent analysts argued that the patterns were too consistent across multiple radar wavelengths to be a glitch. The more the establishment denied it, the more people became convinced that something monumental was being concealed. Meanwhile, researchers continued to study the region using other tools: LiDAR mapping, ice-penetrating radar, and magnetic field analysis. Each layer of data added more complexity. Magnetic readings in the area fluctuated wildly, as though the instruments were detecting metal or a strong electromagnetic field. In geological terms, this made no sense. Antarctica's bedrock should have been inert, a cold grave of ancient stone. Yet, the instrument spoke of something else, something dense, structured, and possibly metallic. The anomalies soon drew comparisons to ancient myths: the great city beneath the ice, the remnants of an advanced civilization wiped out by catastrophe. Skeptics scoffed, citing pareidolia, the human tendency to see patterns where none exist. But what if this time the patterns were real? What if beneath the frozen surface lay the ruins of a world lost to memory, a city that existed long before history began? Whistleblowers added fuel to the fire. A former satellite imaging technician claimed that additional scans taken from a classified mission revealed architectural formations buried deep within the ice. According to him, the images showed what looked like colossal walls, rectangular doorways, and even a dome-like structure at the center of the formation. The technician later disappeared from public view, his social media wiped clean. Then came the strangest revelation of all. Some of the anomalies seemed to emit faint electromagnetic pulses, patterns of low-frequency energy detectable only with specialized equipment. They weren't random. They pulsed in intervals like a heartbeat. What could generate such signals beneath miles of solid ice? Natural processes? Hidden geothermal activity? Or something mechanical, still functioning in the dark? If this were any other part of the world, excavation would already be underway. But Antarctica is protected by the Antarctic Treaty, a global agreement that bans any form of territorial claim, military activity, or resource exploitation. It also heavily restricts exploration and drilling in sensitive regions. In other words, whatever lies beneath the ice is legally untouchable. Coincidence, or a convenient way to keep curious hands away from buried truths. To the casual observer, the images may mean nothing, a curiosity of ice and rock. But to those who study the patterns, the symmetry whispers of intelligence, the heat hints at energy, and the magnetic readings hum with mystery. It's as if a message has been frozen in time, encoded in the geometry of the Earth itself, waiting for the day we finally see it. This was not just another satellite scan. It was the beginning of a revelation that could shake the foundations of history, science, and faith alike. Something ancient sleeps beneath Antarctica, and for the first time in human history, we have seen its shadow through the ice. Whether it is the remains of a lost civilization, the artifact of something non-human, or a natural formation that defies our understanding, the truth is there, recorded in cold pixels from the edge of the world. The only question now is, who or what built it? When the first radar scans began circulating among research circles, the reactions from the scientific community were mixed. Fascination, disbelief, and in some corners, a quiet fear. Antarctica was supposed to be a known quantity, a continent of ice, wind, and desolation, not a place where geometry and mystery intertwine beneath the surface. The satellite data forced geologists, climatologists, and physicists to confront something they could not easily categorize. What they saw didn't belong in the conventional models of glaciation. It didn't look like erosion, volcanic activity, or tectonic folding. It looked engineered. The initial reports went out to universities and research institutions worldwide for verification. Teams from the United States, Germany, and Japan ran independent analyses on the data. Most concluded cautiously that the anomalies were natural formations with coincidental symmetry. But privately, the tone was different. In confidential correspondence later leaked to the public, one glaciologist wrote, "If these readings are correct, we are not looking at ice formations. We are looking at architecture." The line was buried deep in a technical report that was never meant to reach the public. It did. The community split into two camps. The first camp, the orthodox scientists, moved swiftly to explain everything to the known laws of geology. They argued that glacial compression can create angular patterns, and that radar imaging can distort shapes under certain light and atmospheric conditions. Nature, one said in a press conference, is a master sculptor. It can trick even the most trained eyes. Yet, even these experts could not explain the perfect alignment of certain formations, or why the anomalies corresponded with localized heat signatures. The second camp consisted of what the media soon dubbed the forbidden theorists. These were researchers, former academics, and a few daring geophysicists who believed something deep was going on. They didn't claim to have proof of a lost civilization, but they refused to dismiss the possibility. To them, the evidence, symmetrical geometry, magnetic irregularities, unexplained heat sources, pointed toward intelligent design. They compared the radar outlines to known archaeological sites like Teotihuacan and Giza. The proportions matched. The angles matched. The resistance came not from lack of data, but from fear of ridicule. As the debate heated up, one name began circulating among the whispers. Dr. Elias Vanner, a British geophysicist and one of the first to analyze the full radar dataset before its partial redaction. In a private seminar at Cambridge, he allegedly stated that the patterns observed under the East Antarctic ice sheet are consistent with non-natural design, possibly pre-glacial in origin. Days later, his research funding was pulled, and his published papers were withdrawn from academic databases under data inconsistency clauses. When journalists contacted him, he gave only one cryptic comment: "Some discoveries are too early for their time." Other scientists experienced similar silencing. A research team from Norway that conducted an independent electromagnetic survey reported anomalous density readings beneath the Wilkes Land region. Data suggested metallic elements deep underground. Their findings were quickly overshadowed by official reports that reinterpreted the data as instrument interference. Yet, fragments of the raw measurements told another story, one precision too unnatural to be dismissed. Behind closed doors, private briefings were held among governmental agencies and research organizations. Whistleblowers later claimed that certain data sets were reclassified under military review protocols. The official narrative shifted subtly. The anomalies were no longer discussed in public papers. Instead, they were absorbed into broader geophysical research projects, their findings locked behind confidentiality agreements. For the public, the story went quiet. But for those inside the scientific community, the silence spoke louder than words. Then came the journalists. Independent investigators and alternative media outlets began publishing interviews with anonymous scientists. One voice, calling himself only Dr. M, claimed to have worked on radar cross-section analyses of the site. He described cubic voids hundreds of feet across, voids that absorbed radar differently than solid ice or rock. He said the patterns looked manufactured, as if we were scanning the rooftops of something colossal. His identity was never confirmed, and his alleged employer denied his existence. Still, his account matched leaked technical descriptions found later in a European research archive. Meanwhile, respected scientists tried to keep the conversation rational. Dr. Lilian Ortega from the University of Buenos Aires published a paper suggesting that natural crystallization under intense pressure can create pseudo-architectural features within glacial strata. Her peers praised her restraint, but the study left more questions than answers. When asked about the symmetrical distribution of the anomalies, she admitted on camera, "I can explain one or two coincidences. I cannot explain all of them." As media coverage grew, the tension between truth and reputation became unbearable for many researchers. To question the official explanation was to risk being labeled conspiracy theorist. Careers were destroyed, reputations tarnished. Yet behind the scenes, scientists continued to talk, in encrypted emails at private conferences and in small gatherings away from cameras. The consensus among them was whispered but firm. The anomalies were real, and they didn't fit into any known natural category. Funding for Antarctic research began to shift dramatically. Large grants once allocated to ice sheet studies were redirected or classified. Access to key regions became restricted, with permits suddenly harder to obtain. A few independent expeditions were denied entry altogether, their logistics canceled by unfavorable weather notices that seemed suspiciously timed. Those who had studied the satellite images understood the pattern: containment, control, suppression. And yet, the scientific curiosity refused to die. The more the establishment tried to bury the anomalies, the more attention they drew. Unofficial groups of researchers formed under pseudonyms, working to analyze every available byte of data. Using machine learning and open-source satellite imagery, they reconstructed the radar maps and confirmed the same symmetrical structures first reported years earlier. Their findings spread across digital forums like wildfire. One anonymous researcher summed it up best in a message that circulated across encrypted channels: "Science is about patterns, and this one keeps repeating. The deeper we look, the more artificial it becomes. Either nature is playing the most elaborate trick in history, or we've stumbled upon something that was never meant to be found." As the whispers turned into a global hum of speculation, one thing became clear. The world's brightest minds had seen something they could not fully explain. Some were afraid, others were captivated. But all agreed on one thing. Beneath the Antarctic ice lies a mystery that does not obey the laws of geology, a mystery that challenges the very definition of what it means to be human. In 2009, NASA launched one of its most ambitious research missions to date, Operation Icebridge, a multi-year project designed to map the frozen landscapes of Antarctica and the Arctic in unprecedented detail. On the surface, it was a purely scientific endeavor, intended to study ice thickness and track the effects of climate change. The mission involved some of the most advanced technology ever flown over the poles: ice-penetrating radar, gravimeters, laser altimeters, and magnetic sensors. But what began as a mission to understand ice soon became the subject of deep suspicion and whispered conspiracy. Operation Icebridge officially ran between 2009 and 2021, bridging the gap between NASA's two polar observation satellites, ICESat and ICESat-2. But unlike its satellite counterparts, Icebridge was a manned mission, with aircraft flying directly over the continent's most inaccessible regions. This allowed scientists to gather data at resolutions never before achieved. Yet, for all its scientific transparency, certain flight paths and data segments were mysteriously absent from the public archives. Researchers noticed blank spaces in the radar datasets, cleanly deleted sections where the instruments had supposedly malfunctioned. But these gaps always seemed to occur over the same coordinates. Areas near the Wilkes Land anomaly, the same region that had already caused global speculation due to its strange readings. When asked about the missing data, NASA's explanation was simple: instrument calibration errors. But for those who had studied the mission logs closely, the pattern told another story. Whole segments of data, hours of radar readings, were absent, and not just once. The same errors recurred on multiple flights, always near the same geographical points. Even stranger, several Icebridge missions abruptly changed course mid-flight, as if avoiding specific areas. Officially, these course corrections were due to weather conditions, yet the weather logs of those dates show calm skies and stable wind. In 2013, a leak from within the program brought the first real spark of controversy. An anonymous engineer claiming to have worked on Icebridge sensor systems released fragments of raw radar data showing deep subglacial structures, patterns resembling rectangular cavities, and circular depressions aligned along a symmetrical axis. He claimed these were scrubbed from the final reports before publication. "We were told to filter out anomalies," he said in an email later posted online. Anything that looked artificial was labeled as interference. NASA never confirmed his employment, but digital forensics suggested the data came from genuine ice bridge files. Around the same time, several civilian researchers analyzing the mission's open-source data discovered discrepancies between early and final releases. In initial uploads, faint signatures appeared that hinted at unusual density shifts beneath the ice. Later, those same files were replaced with corrected versions, where the anomalies were gone. When confronted, NASA stated that early versions contained faulty signal interpretations, but the corrections coincidentally erased every trace of the strange geometric formations first reported. Among the deleted coordinates was one particular region near the Gamburtsev subglacial mountains, a massive range buried beneath 2 miles of ice. The area has long puzzled scientists because of its perfect preservation. It looks like a mountain range that froze overnight. According to official data, IceBridge mapped the region extensively, yet the detailed raw readings have never been made public. What was found there remains classified under restricted scientific review. Even veteran climatologists were denied access to that data, an unusual move for what was supposed to be a climate monitoring project. In 2016, a former IceBridge pilot named Colonel Jared Hensley, speaking under anonymity in a podcast later, removed from all major platforms, described seeing unexplainable heat blooms on the aircraft's thermal imaging systems while flying over Wilkes Land. "It wasn't volcanic," he said. "It was geometric. It came from a point source, like a structure radiating energy from beneath the ice." When pressed for evidence, he refused to elaborate, citing non-disclosure agreements. Months later, he reportedly lost all his online accounts, and attempts to verify his identity led nowhere. Journalists who began investigating the missing IceBridge data hit roadblocks almost immediately. Requests filed under the Freedom of Information Act were denied on national security grounds, a baffling response for what was supposedly ordinary climate research. Some documents were released, but heavily redacted, with entire paragraphs blacked out. Among the fragments that did surface, one note stood out. "Subsurface density readings in anomaly sectors exceed predicted geological parameters. Further study classified until correlation established." The document bore a NASA header, but no signature. Meanwhile, conspiracy forums erupted with theories. Some claimed IceBridge was a cover for a secret excavation project. Others argued that the missing data proved the existence of ancient ruins beneath the ice, too controversial for public release. Theories ranged from lost human civilizations to alien installations, but one theme was constant: the belief that the mission uncovered something extraordinary, and that authorities moved swiftly to hide it. There were also rumors that after certain IceBridge flights, team members were flown directly to secure facilities for debriefings, forbidden from discussing what they had observed. A scientist from the University of Texas, part of the Radar Analysis Division, later confessed to colleagues that he was deeply disturbed by what the instruments had revealed, but could not talk about it without jeopardizing his career. Within weeks, he left the research team and vanished from the academic record. His papers were retracted, his university page deleted. One particularly puzzling event occurred in 2018, when the IceBridge DCA aircraft was suddenly grounded for 2 weeks following what NASA described as routine maintenance. During that downtime, rumors spread that the aircraft onboard radar systems had recorded something so unexpected that the data had to be reviewed off-site. No official statement confirmed this, but insiders claimed the delay wasn't mechanical, it was administrative. The mission resumed, but the flight path afterward avoided the regions previously associated with the anomalies. By 2021, Operation IceBridge concluded with the launch of ICSat-2, which promised to continue the research with laser-based mapping. Yet, even as the project officially ended, independent analysts noticed a sharp drop in transparency. Data that had once been public now required institutional access. Coordinates once visible on open maps were blurred or deleted, and some of the older datasets, those containing the error-filled readings, were removed entirely. The secrecy left a mark on the scientific world. Some saw it as bureaucratic caution. Others saw it as deliberate obfuscation. But the most curious detail of all was the way ice bridge closure were handled. Normally, NASA missions end with a comprehensive public debrief summarizing findings. Ice Bridge did not. Its final report was a brief, 2-page statement citing successful data collection and improved ice modeling. No mention of the anomalies. No explanation of the gaps. Just silence. Today, whispers persist that beneath the guise of atmospheric research, Operation Ice Bridge stumbled onto something ancient, something that could not be easily explained or revealed. The missing data, the restricted coordinates, the classified reviews, all point to one chilling conclusion. Whatever was found beneath the Antarctic ice during those flights was never meant for the world to see. Perhaps it wasn't climate they were mapping at all. Perhaps they were charting the outlines of a city, the hidden remains of civilization buried in time, waiting for the day when the ice would finally betray its secrets. Long before radar scans and satellite imagery, long before the word Antarctica was even spoken in modern tongues, ancient sailors and scholars seemed to know something about a great southern land. Their maps, etched on parchment, animal skin, and copper plates, depicted coastlines that no living person had ever seen. They showed a vast continent at the bottom of the world, ice-free, detailed, and unerringly accurate. How could that be possible? According to official history, Antarctica was not even discovered until the early 19th century. Yet centuries earlier, map makers were charting it as though they had seen it firsthand. The most famous of these enigmatic documents is the Piri-Reis map, drawn in 1513 by an Ottoman admiral and scholar of the same name. It was compiled from even older source maps. Some said to date back to the time of Alexander the Great, others possibly from lost civilizations predating any known empire. What astonished modern historians was that the Piri-Reis map depicted the coastline of Antarctica, accurate not as it appears today under 2 miles of ice, but as it would look without that ice. When the U.S. Navy's Hydrographic Office examined it in the 1950s, cartographers confirmed that the southernmost section of the map matched the subglacial contours of Queen Maud Land almost perfectly. But how could a 16th century sailor have known the geography of a continent supposedly discovered 300 years later, and seen it free of ice that has covered it for millions of years? Mainstream scholars tried to explain away the coincidence, suggesting that the southern land was merely a misdrawn depiction of South America extended too far east. But the match was too precise. Every bay, peninsula, and mountain range aligned with modern sonar readings taken beneath the ice. The only difference was that Piri-Reis showed open land where glaciers now tower. That detail alone implies either that the original source maps came from a time when Antarctica's coasts were free of ice, or from someone who had technology capable of mapping what lay beneath it. And the Piri-Reis map was not alone. Another mysterious chart, the Orontius Phineas map, created in 1531, portrays an entire Antarctic continent with astonishing clarity. It shows rivers flowing inland, mountain ranges aligned with known subglacial topography, and coastlines perfectly proportioned to modern satellite data. The map was rediscovered in 1960 and immediately sent shockwaves to the academic world. Experts at the Library of Congress concluded that whoever drew it possessed a knowledge of global geography impossible for that era. Even the curvature of the continent matched the Earth's true dimensions, something Renaissance cartographers were still struggling to perfect. The Bloch map of 1737 added another layer of mystery. It depicted Antarctica divided into 2 large land masses separated by a narrow waterway. Precisely the same structure that modern seismic surveys revealed in the late 20th century, when scientists discovered that the continent is in fact split by a vast subglacial trench. Again, the question arose, how could anyone in the 1700s have known this? The Bloch map's accuracy was not just remarkable, it was impossible without advanced surveying tools or direct observation from above. Some historians propose that these cartographers inherited ancient records from forgotten maritime cultures, civilizations capable of global navigation long before the Egyptians built their pyramids. Others went further, speculating that survivors of Atlantis or another lost world carried within the memory or even physical maps of a world before the Great Flood. To these theorists, the ancient maps were not anomalies. They were fragments of a global legacy erased by cataclysm and time. Modern technology has only deepened the enigma. When scientists superimposed the Orontius Phineas map over satellite imagery of Antarctica's bedrock, the alignment was near perfect. Even the placement of mountain ranges like the Transantarctic Mountains matched within a margin of error of less than 1 degree. Geologists who reviewed the overlay admitted that such precision would have required exact latitude and longitude coordinates, measurements that, in the 1500s, humanity did not yet know how to calculate. The magnetic compass was barely a century old, and the chronometer that allowed sailors to determine longitude would not be invented for another 200 years. Yet these maps existed. How could this be? There are 3 possibilities, none of them comforting. The first is that the maps are forgeries, created much later and backdated, a theory disproven by radiocarbon testing of the original parchments. The second is that their accuracy is coincidence, an argument increasingly untenable as more correlations emerge. The third is that they were copies of even older maps, drawn by a civilization with advanced geographical and astronomical knowledge, perhaps thousands of years before the ice claimed the southern continent. If the third possibility is true, then the implications are staggering. It would mean that human civilization, or something akin to it, flourished during an age when Antarctica was temperate, ice-free, and habitable. Geological evidence supports this notion. Ice core samples show that the continent's climate shifted rapidly around 12,000 years ago, roughly coinciding with the end of the last ice age. Before that, Antarctica may have been lush and green, its coastlines teeming with life. Could an ancient seafaring culture have mapped it then, leaving behind records that survived only as fragments in medieval libraries? Skeptics continue to argue, but their explanations grow thinner with every discovery. In the 1960s, when the U.S. Air Force compared subice radar maps to the Piri-Reis chart, one colonel reportedly remarked, "It appears that the original mapmakers had aerial knowledge of terrain." Aerial knowledge, in an age before flight. That statement, buried in military archives, reemerged decades later and reignited the debate. Some researchers believe these ancient maps were compiled from data gathered by a forgotten global civilization that perished in a cataclysm, perhaps the same event remembered in flood myths from cultures around the world. Others whisper of extraterrestrial involvement, suggesting that the aerial perspective came from beings who observed Earth from above. Whatever the truth, these maps defy the official timeline of human history. And now, modern satellite imagery, the very tool that unveiled the Antarctic anomalies, seems to confirm what those ancient cartographers already knew. Beneath the ice lies a land once free, once alive, and possibly once inhabited. Every contour, every hidden valley beneath the glaciers echoes the same silent message written on parchment 5 centuries ago. We knew this place before the ice. As new discoveries emerge in the radar scans, the parallels grow impossible to dismiss. The maps were not wrong. They were premature, records of a world erased. The question that lingers like a chill wind over the endless white expanse is not whether these ancient maps were accurate, but how their creators acquired such forbidden knowledge. Were they the remnants of humanity's first civilization? Were they explorers from another age or another world? The answers may lie beneath the ice itself, waiting in the frozen ruins those maps once hinted at, a testament to an era when Antarctica was not a wasteland, but perhaps the cradle of an ancient, forgotten world. They called them the forbidden geologists, scientists who dared to question the orthodox story of Antarctica and paid a heavy price for it. These weren't wild-eyed theorists or fringe explorers. They were credentialed academics, field researchers, and data analysts whose only crime was curiosity. Their journey began in pursuit of geological truth, but ended in silence. Careers erased, papers retracted, reputations destroyed. What they saw, and what they tried to tell the world, would challenge the boundaries of science itself. It started quietly in the late 1990s, when a small team of European geologists began analyzing core samples retrieved from deep beneath Antarctica's eastern plateau. Funded by a multinational climate study, they drilled through 2 miles of ice and extracted fragments of rock older than any previously found on the continent. What caught their attention wasn't the age. It was the composition. Embedded within the stone were traces of processed metals, iron alloys, crystalline silica, and a structure resembling ancient slag. In other words, industrial byproducts, materials that should not exist in a layer estimated to be millions of years old. Dr. Henrik Larsson, the team's lead researcher from the University of Copenhagen, published a preliminary report suggesting that the sample may have originated from a technological source. Within weeks, his funding was cut. His paper vanished from the scientific database where it had been peer-reviewed, and his access to the research site was revoked under what was described as a safety reassessment. When contacted later, Larsson described the event as a career execution. "We weren't supposed to find anything," he said in a rare interview. "We were supposed to confirm what they already believed, that Antarctica is sterile, ancient, and empty. We didn't do that." Similar incidents unfolded across other research teams. In 2002, a Russian geologist named Dr. Alexei Pavlikin, working near Lake Vostok, claimed to have detected anomalous magnetic fields emanating from beneath the ice, consistent with large metallic structures. His official findings were edited before publication, removing all references to structured magnetism. Months later, he was reassigned to a different project and banned from public commentary. His colleagues said he was pressured to sign non-disclosure papers. One of them later leaked fragments of his raw data to an independent research group, which confirmed readings consistent with large, symmetrical objects buried several kilometers below. The pattern was unmistakable. Scientists who discovered anything hinting at artificial formations, unexplained heat, or anomalous materials under the ice were systematically silenced. Some were quietly transferred, others lost tenure, and a few simply disappeared from professional networks. The community began to refer to them half-jokingly as the forbidden geologists, but there was nothing humorous about their predicament. In 2005, a controversial conference was held in Zurich under the title Paleocivilizations and Geophysical Evidence. Although billed as a discussion of ancient climate patterns, several attendees presented data that went far beyond climatology. One presentation, by a South American geochemist named Dr. Mariana Solis, displayed microphotographs of metallic microfibers embedded within Antarctic rock fragments. These fibers, she claimed, exhibited uniform lattice structures, something that only occurs in engineered alloys. When news of her presentation reached the media, her university disavowed her. Days later, she resigned, stating in her final press interview, "We are not allowed to connect dots that cross the timeline of accepted history." Government involvement soon became apparent. Internal emails leaked from a European polar research consortium revealed direct communication between high-ranking defense officials and scientific administrators. One message, dated March 2007, read, "All material related to anomalous subglacial structures must be reviewed under defense oversight before release." Why would the military be interested in ancient rock samples and magnetic readings, unless they contain something far beyond natural explanation? The forbidden geologists weren't driven by conspiracy. They were driven by data. Each anomaly deepened the mystery. Core samples revealed traces of organic carbon where none should exist. Fossilized spores and pollen from temperate plants beneath layers of ancient ice. Seismic readings hinted at massive hollows under the bedrock. Even heat flow measurements showed unnatural patterns, localized warmth in geometrically precise zones. One technician reportedly joked, "It's as if someone left the lights on down there." The suppression was not only institutional, but psychological. Peer pressure in the scientific world can be as brutal as censorship. To question official history was to risk everything: funding, credibility, even personal safety. Many researchers self-censored, dismissing their own findings as instrument error just to protect their positions. But a few refused to back down. In 2010, an Australian geologist named Dr. Marcus Venn went public with claims that his team had found an unidentified metallic object embedded in a glacial outcrop during a survey mission. He described it as smooth, reflective, and partially encased in ancient ice layers estimated to be hundreds of thousands of years old. Within days of his televised statement, the footage was scrubbed from all major platforms, and Dr. Venn was fired from his university post. When reporters tried to reach him afterward, they were told he had relocated abroad. No trace of him has surfaced since. These incidents created a chilling effect across the scientific community. Researchers who once dreamed of rewriting geological history now avoided even mentioning Antarctica in their work. Yet, behind closed doors, a quiet rebellion was brewing. Several of the silent scientists began collaborating under pseudonyms, sharing data through encrypted channels and publishing papers in independent online journals. They cross-referenced satellite data, magnetometer readings, and old ice bridge files. The results were stunning, recurring patterns suggesting rectangular voids, thermal irregularities, and metal density far higher than could occur naturally. Their underground collaboration came to be known informally as the Subglacial Initiative. Their collective conclusion was cautious but revolutionary. Beneath Antarctica's miles of ice lies evidence of complex structures inconsistent with any known geological process. They did not claim it was a city or alien technology or Atlantis, but they agreed it was artificial. In 2015, portions of their findings were leaked to the public via encrypted documents on academic servers. The data spread quickly before it was taken down, and fragments remain archived across independent networks to this day. Among those files were radar images showing linear formations beneath the Wilkes Land ice sheet, structures measuring hundreds of meters long with perfect right angles. The documents included signatures from at least 4 credentialed scientists, though all names were redacted in the version that circulated online. By this point, the term forbidden geology had entered alternative research circles, symbolizing the tension between curiosity and control. To the mainstream, these scientists were outcasts. To those seeking truth, they were pioneers, modern-day Galileos challenging a scientific church unwilling to look through the telescope. Why such suppression? Some say it's about protecting reputations. Others believe it's about protecting paradigms. If ancient structures truly lie beneath the ice, then our understanding of human history collapses. Everything, from our timelines of civilization to our theories of evolution, would need to be rewritten. And for those who profit from the current narrative, that is an unacceptable risk. Today, most of the forbidden geologists live in obscurity. A few continue to publish under aliases, their data scattered across encrypted archives and academic backdoors. But their message endures. The Earth remembers more than we are allowed to know. Beneath the frozen silence of Antarctica lies proof that our past is not what we think it is. And somewhere locked in those forbidden ice layers, the truth waits, patient, preserved, undeniable. The legend of a lost land has haunted humanity since the dawn of storytelling. Every culture has its own version. A golden age drowned by water, a paradise swallowed by the sea, a civilization so advanced it defied the gods. For centuries, these tales were dismissed as myths, symbolic warnings rather than fragments of history. But as the evidence from Antarctica began to emerge, ancient maps, radar anomalies, and strange geological formations, some researchers began to wonder, were these stories trying to tell us something real? Could a frozen continent at the bottom of the world be the final resting place of Earth's most enduring legend? The lost continent itself? The idea of a sunken world beneath the ice is not new. The Greek philosopher Plato first told the story of Atlantis more than 2,000 years ago, describing it as an island empire beyond the Pillars of Hercules that sank beneath the ocean in a single day and night of misfortune. For generations, scholars debated its location. Some said the Mediterranean, others the Caribbean, but a growing number of alternative historians have turned their eyes toward Antarctica. If the ancient world geography had shifted due to cataclysm or polar movement, then perhaps the island Plato described wasn't under the ocean at all. It was buried under ice. Plato's description fits with eerie precision. A circular city of immense size, ringed by water and land, blessed with resources and advanced architecture. In his dialogues to Maius and Critias, he claimed that Atlantis was both technologically and spiritually advanced, but that its people grew arrogant, provoking a divine catastrophe. Scientists who believe in cyclical cataclysms point to the end of the last ice age, around 12,000 years ago, when global temperatures surged and sea levels rose dramatically. This coincides almost perfectly with the timeline Plato gave for the destruction of Atlantis, around 9,600 BCE. What if the event that ended the Ice Age also shifted the poles, moving Atlantis from a temperate latitude to its current frozen tomb at the bottom of the world? Geological evidence gives this theory surprising weight. Beneath Antarctica's thick crust of ice lies a vast mountainous landmass, complete with valleys, lakes, and even what appear to be ancient riverbeds. In 2017, satellite radar imaging revealed structures resembling concentric rings in the western Antarctic region, formations that closely mirror the circular layout of Atlantis described by Plato. Scientists attributed them to natural glacial erosion, but the symmetry was uncanny. Could these be the frozen scars of an ancient metropolis? Even more tantalizing are the oral histories of other cultures that describe lands of light and warmth that vanished suddenly in ice and flood. The Hopi of North America speak of an earlier world destroyed by freezing cold after the fall of a proud civilization. The Tamil texts of southern India describe Kumari Kandam, a vast southern continent lost beneath the sea. The Maori of New Zealand tell of a white land at the edge of the world that fell into eternal winter. Across the globe, separated by oceans and millennia, stories converge on the same haunting image: a paradise at the world's end, destroyed in an instant. Some researchers have even linked the idea to the theory of Lemuria, a hypothetical continent once thought to have connected Africa, India, and Australia. Although later dismissed by geology, the legend persisted in esoteric circles, where Lemuria was described as a spiritually advanced civilization destroyed by catastrophe. Its location? The far southern seas, roughly where Antarctica now lies. Whether we call it Lemuria, Mu, or Atlantis, the pattern is the same: an ancient, enlightened world wiped out by a force beyond comprehension. If these myths are more than coincidence, what could have caused such devastation? One hypothesis points to a massive displacement of Earth's crust, a sudden movement of the outer shell that shifted entire continents within hours, a theory proposed by scientist Charles Hapgood in the mid-20th century and even supported, briefly, by Albert Einstein. Hapgood suggested that the Earth's crust occasionally slips over the planet's molten core, instantly changing the position of the poles. If this happened 12,000 years ago, it could have moved an advanced civilization from a tropical zone into a polar one, freezing it solid almost overnight. Such an event would explain not only the extinction of many Ice Age animals, but also the rapid freezing observed in mammoths found in Siberia, their stomachs still filled with fresh vegetation. Under this theory, Antarctica could once have been the heart of an ancient world, rich, warm, and alive. As the poles shifted, oceans roared over coastlines, winds howled with unthinkable force, and temperatures plunged. Cities would have been buried under snow, their inhabitants entombed in ice. Over the millennia, the memory of that world would survive only in myth, distorted into tales of gods, giants, and floods. For archaeologists who study forbidden history, the implications are enormous. If even a fraction of the continent's subglacial anomalies turn out to be artificial, they would confirm that civilization's timeline stretches far beyond what mainstream academia allows. Humanity's story would no longer begin 5,000 years ago in Mesopotamia. It would begin tens of thousands of years ago in a land now hidden under Antarctica's endless white. Of course, the establishment dismisses these connections as pseudoscience. To them, the myths are just that, myths. They argue that geological forces, not civilizations, sculpted the features beneath the ice, and that the ancient maps showing an ice-free Antarctica were mere guesswork. But skepticism cannot erase the patterns. It cannot explain why ancient cultures around the world described cataclysmic floods at the same moment in history. It cannot explain why subglacial radar reveals formations that align perfectly with human geometry. And it cannot explain why these myths persist in the memory of humankind, whispering of a lost age just beyond the reach of history. Even within the scientific community, a quiet curiosity remains. Some oceanographers privately admit that the distribution of seafloor sediment around Antarctica suggests sudden melting and flooding roughly 12,000 years ago, the same period linked to global legends of destruction. Others point out that certain meteorite craters beneath the ice could have triggered massive tidal waves and climate shifts, forcing ancient survivors to flee northward, perhaps becoming the seed populations for early civilizations in Egypt, Sumer, and the Andes. If that were true, the implications are staggering. The pyramids of Giza, the megaliths of Peru, and the ruins beneath the Pacific could all be distant echoes of the same mother civilization, an empire born in the warm plains of prehistoric Antarctica. Its memory would survive as Atlantis, Lemuria, and countless other myths, a single truth fractured through the prism of time. Perhaps this is why governments guard Antarctica so closely, and why scientific data from its depths is filtered and classified. If buried beneath the ice lies evidence that a forgotten civilization once thrived there, the entire narrative of human origin collapses. Evolution, history, and religion would all have to be rewritten. The lost continent would not be a myth, it would be our birthplace. The legends were never lies. They were warnings, echoes of a past too vast, too powerful, and too dangerous for modern civilization to accept. Beneath Antarctica's blinding white silence may rest the ruins of a world that lived before memory, a world that defied the gods and was punished by the earth itself. They first appeared as vague shapes in grainy photographs, triangular peaks rising sharply from the endless whiteness, their edges too precise, their slopes too symmetrical. At first glance, they looked like mountains, just another feature of Antarctica's alien landscape. But as the images spread online and analysts began to overlay measurements, a new theory began to take shape. These weren't just mountains. They looked like pyramids. And if they were, they would be the oldest and largest ever built on Earth. The world took notice in 2012, when a series of high-resolution satellite images captured 3 nearly identical formations in the Ellsworth Mountains near the western edge of Antarctica. Each stood about 2,000 meters high, with angles close to 60 degrees and bases that appeared equilateral. They were arranged in a pattern eerily reminiscent of the Giza Plateau in Egypt, forming an almost perfect triangle. When researchers plotted the coordinates, they discovered that the 3 pyramids aligned not only with each other, but with certain stellar constellations visible during the austral summer. The similarity to the Orion alignment of Egypt's Great Pyramids was impossible to ignore. Scientists from mainstream institutions dismissed the idea immediately, calling it pareidolia, the tendency to see meaningful shapes in random forms. Antarctica's pyramids are simply nunataks, they insisted, mountain peaks that poke through the ice as glaciers erode the landscape around them. Yet even among those experts, a few voices of doubt whispered quietly. If these were truly natural formations, why were their faces so smooth, their angles so sharp, and their spacing so deliberate? When the first expeditions attempted to approach the region, they faced unexpected resistance. Weather reports described clear skies, yet sudden storms forced multiple research aircraft to turn back. In one case, a private expedition from Argentina reported GPS interference near the site, their instruments inexplicably malfunctioning until they retreated more than 50 kilometers away. The official explanation blamed magnetic anomalies, but the team's pilot, in a later interview, claimed it felt as if we were being electronically jammed. Despite the obstacles, a few photographic missions succeeded. The resulting images only deepened the mystery. The pyramid-like structures appear to have uniform edges, nearly perfect symmetry, and faces oriented toward the cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west. One of the formations even had what seemed to be a partially exposed entrance or depression at its base, too rectangular to be natural erosion. When the photos leaked, the internet exploded with speculation. Were these remnants of an ancient civilization? Could they be evidence that humanity, or something else, had once inhabited Antarctica long before it froze? Proponents of the theory pointed out that pyramids exist across the globe, from Egypt to Mexico, from China to Bosnia. Could Antarctica be part of this global pattern? A forgotten link in a planetary network of sacred geometry? Some independent researchers noticed that if one drew lines connecting the world's major pyramid sites, Antarctica often formed a geometric point of balance, as though it once served as a central hub in a global grid of energy or knowledge. To them, the discovery was not coincidence. It was confirmation. Of course, the establishment fought back hard. Geologists published studies explaining how repeated cycles of glacial pressure and erosion could carve peaks into triangular shapes. Nature repeats geometry, they said. Symmetry doesn't mean civilization. Yet even those explanations require improbable conditions, specific wind patterns, uniform ice movement, and consistent erosion over millions of years. And none accounted for the apparent alignment between the Antarctic formations and the stars above. Then came the rumors, unverified but impossible to ignore. Several sources claimed that in 2016, a secret research team under the guise of a multinational climate expedition drilled into the base of one of the pyramid formations. Supposedly, they discovered voids, large, empty chambers extending deep into the ice, their walls smoother than natural stone. The story spread across alternative media before vanishing from official channels. When journalists sought verification, the organizations involved either denied the expedition's existence or refused to comment. A leaked email, allegedly from a researcher tied to the project, contained a single haunting line. "We are not the first to stand here." Skeptics labeled it a hoax, but others weren't so sure. Even prominent figures like retired U.S. Navy pilot Admiral Richard Byrd had written in his journals about mysterious mountain peaks and warm oases during his expeditions to Antarctica in the mid-20th century. He described seeing areas where the ice gave way to bare land and vegetation, something modern science still struggles to explain. Could these pyramid-like mountains be connected to the same anomalies Byrd encountered? Further adding to the intrigue were the heat signatures detected near the supposed pyramids. Thermal imaging from orbiting satellites revealed unexpected warmth radiating from beneath the formations, inconsistent with surrounding glacial temperatures. Some geologists suggested geothermal vents, but their distribution didn't match known volcanic zones. Others speculated about internal energy sources, perhaps the remnants of ancient machinery still functioning beneath the ice, or natural caverns trapping geothermal heat in strange ways. Whatever the cause, the pyramids were alive in a thermal sense, breathing warmth in a frozen world. The scientific community's reluctance to investigate only fueled the flames of mystery. Independent researchers petitioned for an official survey using ground-penetrating radar, but every proposal was denied. The stated reason was environmental protection, to preserve Antarctica's pristine condition. Yet skeptics argued that similar restrictions hadn't stopped drilling elsewhere on the continent. The selective secrecy seemed deliberate, even strategic. In 2017, a viral photograph appeared online showing a team of people standing at the base of one of the formations, dwarfed by its massive, snow-covered slope. The faces were blurred, the origin unclear, but what drew attention was a large, dark opening behind them, a perfect trapezoidal shape. The image was quickly debunked by fact-checkers as digitally altered, but even if it was fake, it mirrored a truth that many suspected. Entrances, tunnels, or chambers could easily exist beneath the ice, inaccessible to all but the most powerful institutions. One theory suggests that the Antarctic pyramids are remnants of an ancient power system, energy amplifiers designed to harness the planet's electromagnetic grid. According to this idea, the same energy that once powered the pyramids of Egypt, Mesoamerica, and Asia might still hum faintly beneath Antarctica's frozen crust. The alignment, symmetry, and star correspondence could be clues left behind by a civilization that understood the planet's forces far better than we do. Even if one dismisses these ideas as fantasy, the undeniable truth remains. Something about those formations continues to defy explanation. Whether they are natural wonders or the remnants of a forgotten age, they stand as silent monuments to the mystery of the South. Perhaps they are both, mountains sculpted by time and ice, later refined by intelligent hands. Or perhaps they are tombs, built by a civilization that knew the end was coming, monuments meant to survive the cataclysm that buried their world. If that's true, then the Antarctic pyramids are not merely geological curiosities. They are messages carved in stone and ice, waiting for us to listen. The wind still howls across their frozen faces, and the snow still buries their ancient secrets. But one day, as the ice retreats and the earth warms, we may finally uncover what lies beneath those impossible peaks, and the truth about the builders who left them behind. There is something haunting about the idea of time frozen in motion, machines halted mid-turn, cities buried whole, a civilization entombed so suddenly that its technology, knowledge, and identity became trapped beneath ice thicker than mountains. For centuries, humanity has uncovered fragments of ancient tools and forgotten craftsmanship, artifacts that seem impossibly advanced for their time. But nowhere on Earth does the possibility of preserved technology loom larger than in Antarctica. If there truly was a civilization beneath the ice, then its creations may still rest there, untouched, uncorroded, sealed away like a cosmic time capsule waiting for rediscovery. Modern scientists have already confirmed that Antarctica holds materials preserved for millions of years. Ice cores have revealed microscopic life forms frozen since before the rise of humankind, still intact at the cellular level. Wooden fragments from ancient forests, pollen from long-extinct plants, and bacteria that can reawaken after millennia have all been recovered. If organic matter can survive in such conditions, then what about inorganic structures, metals, alloys, devices, perhaps even entire cities buried under frozen miles of history? The continent is a perfect vault. In the right conditions, steel doesn't rust, circuits don't decay, and glass doesn't shatter. It is entirely possible that under Antarctica's eternal frost, technology from forgotten age remains preserved exactly as it was left. In the early 2000s, rumors began to circulate among independent researchers about the discovery of anomalous metallic readings beneath the ice. Using electromagnetic surveys originally intended for mineral exploration, scientists detected massive, symmetrical signals inconsistent with any natural geological formation. At first, they thought the data indicated buried meteorites or veins, but the patterns repeated in perfectly straight lines, hundreds of meters long, spaced at uniform intervals. No geological process produces that kind of order, one analyst remarked. The data hinted at something extraordinary. Structures of metallic composition, large enough to register on magnetic sensors, hidden deep below the Wilkes Land region. These findings were quickly classified. Official reports replaced the data with vague summaries citing instrumentation errors or background interference. But fragments of the original readings leaked to the public through encrypted academic networks. Independent engineers who examined the numbers claimed that the anomalies resembled energy-reflective materials, something more like refined alloys and rock. It's as if we're looking at the buried skeleton of a machine, one researcher said. This idea, ancient technology frozen in time, isn't new. Across the world, archaeologists have discovered objects that defy explanation. Precision-drilled stone cores from ancient Egypt, vitrified forts in Scotland whose walls were melted by extreme heat, and mysterious metallic spheres found in South Africa that predate any known industry. These artifacts have always raised uncomfortable questions. How did people thousands of years ago create them without modern tools? Could similar technology, perhaps far more advanced, exist under Antarctica's ice, preserved from an era when that continent was warm and inhabited? Some theorists suggest that the Antarctic civilization might have harnessed forms of energy that modern science only now begins to understand: electromagnetic resonance, piezoelectric power, or sound-based engineering. If the pyramid structures truly exist, their geometry may not be symbolic but functional, designed to channel or amplify energy across the landscape. The notion of a power grid spanning ancient Earth has long been dismissed as pseudoscience. Yet more than a few researchers have noticed mathematical correlations between megalithic sites, planetary energy lines, and even geomagnetic anomalies detected beneath Antarctica. If an advanced culture once thrived there, its technological remains would likely have been frozen instantly when catastrophe struck. Imagine aircraft or vehicles immobilized mid-flight, devices entombed in ice while still charged with energy. In such an environment, even electrical systems could survive, their metals preserved and insulated. Some whistleblowers claim that exploratory missions during Operation Icebridge and subsequent classified expeditions have encountered heat anomalies consistent with active systems, sources of energy that should not exist in such an environment. One anonymous contractor described thermal readings that pulsed in rhythmic intervals, as if machinery still operated deep underground. There are also persistent stories, never verified, always denied, of strange objects extracted from subglacial layers during secret recovery missions. These range from smooth metallic cylinders to crystalline shards emitting faint electromagnetic fields. Some reports describe symbols engraved along their surfaces, geometric patterns unlike any known script. In most cases, the alleged artifacts vanish into private or military custody, and those who speak about them publicly are quickly discredited. Yet the consistency of these accounts across decades hints at a deeper truth. A particularly intriguing connection arises from ancient myths describing the fall of a technologically advanced civilization. The Atlanteans of Plato's writings were said to possess machines that drew energy from the earth itself. The Sanskrit Vedas speak of flying vehicles, vimanas, that operated using power sources now lost to history. Even the legends of the Dogon tribe in Africa mention metallic visitors and machines of light long before the modern era. Could all these myths be cultural memories of a single prehistoric civilization whose pinnacle was Antarctica, its technology frozen when the world turned to ice? Skeptics argue that there is no evidence of such technology, only speculation and coincidence. But even within official channels, there are anomalies science cannot explain. Deep beneath Antarctica's surface, scientists have recorded bursts of high-energy neutrinos, particles usually associated with cosmic events. These signals originate from beneath the continent, not from space. The phenomenon, known as the Antarctic anomaly, remains unsolved. Some physicists suggest exotic physics or experimental error. Others whisper of ancient technology still active below, radiating energies we do not yet comprehend. And then there's a question of the magnetic anomalies. Localized distortions strong enough to interfere with aircraft navigation, reported by pilots as far back as Admiral Byrd's 1947 expedition. Could these be remnants of a power system still faintly functioning after tens of thousands of years? If so, the Antarctic ice may not just hide technology, it may be containing it, suppressing energies too vast or dangerous to release. Consider 2. The possibility that humanity's technological evolution has not been linear. What if history is cyclical, rising civilizations destroyed, their knowledge lost, and rediscovered millennia later? We might not be the first to reach the digital age. We might simply be retracing the footsteps of those who came before, resurrecting the same science that once thrived in a forgotten world beneath Antarctic skies. For now, the ice holds its silence. No expedition has returned with undeniable proof, at least none that the public has seen. But the patterns in the data, the magnetic pulses, and the buried geometry all point to one unsettling conclusion. Something beneath Antarctica is not dead. It is dormant. If the day ever comes when the ice retreats, humanity may unearth not bones or ruins, but machines. Machines so ancient they will seem alien, yet eerily familiar. And when we power them on, we may realize that the past was never as primitive as we imagined. It was simply buried, waiting for us to remember. Antarctica, they tell us, is the most peaceful place on Earth, a continent dedicated entirely to science, untouched by war or politics, protected by the Antarctic Treaty. But look closer, beyond the official documents, beyond the smiling photos of international research teams, and you'll find another Antarctica, a hidden one, a place where secrecy outweighs discovery, where satellites lose contact, and where governments have quietly drawn invisible borders across a frozen frontier. This is the Antarctica that the public doesn't see, the one guarded by military bases and no-fly zones, protected not just by ice, but by silence. From the moment the first modern expeditions arrived in the early 20th century, nations have raced to claim a stake in this desolate continent. Officially, they came for science. Unofficially, they came for whatever might lie beneath the ice. Britain, Russia, the United States, Norway, Argentina, and several others all established research stations across the region. Yet, the positioning of these bases, clustered near magnetic anomalies, subglacial lakes, and regions of radar interference, has long raised questions. Why so many installations in such inhospitable locations? And why are their precise operations so often classified under military oversight? Satellite imagery reveals a truth that official maps blur out: runways, barracks, communications arrays, and fortified hangars hidden within scientific compounds. While some of this infrastructure supports legitimate research, a surprising portion remains under military jurisdiction. The United States McMurdo Station, for example, doubles as a logistical hub for Air Force operations, complete with restricted access hangars and underground fuel storage. The nearby Amundsen, Scott South Pole Station, is equipped with advanced communication relays and radar systems far beyond what is required for weather monitoring. Even more mysterious are the joint facilities run by the U.S., Navy, and NASA, where civilian researchers are allowed only partial access. Then there are the no-fly zones, vast regions over which aircraft are forbidden to travel, allegedly due to safety risks. The official explanation is environmental preservation or unstable weather, but seasoned pilots and insiders tell a different story. We were told to avoid certain coordinates. One former air logistics officer admitted in a declassified interview, not because of weather, because of what's under the ice. Multiple reports from both military and civilian pilots describe abrupt course corrections ordered from ground control with no explanation. Some of these restricted regions coincide precisely with areas where radar imaging has revealed massive subglacial anomalies, the same ones theorized to be artificial structures. Perhaps the most infamous of these is the Wilkes Land anomaly, a massive circular gravitational disturbance beneath 5 miles of ice. Measuring over 300 kilometers across, it generates magnetic readings consistent with metallic content. Yet, no official expedition has ever been authorized to investigate it directly. The region sits inside a declared no-fly zone, monitored by satellite and enforced by treaty. Every attempt to approach the area by independent expedition has been denied or mysteriously canceled. Whispers of underground facilities add another layer of intrigue. Several whistleblowers, including former U.S. Navy engineer Brian Roberts and retired air traffic controller Elena Vasquez, have claimed that beneath certain Antarctic bases lie vast subterranean chambers connected by tunnels, allegedly carved into the ice by high-energy thermal drills. They described restricted sublevels accessible only to military personnel and foreign scientists under non-disclosure agreements. One of these facilities, allegedly near the South Pole Station, is said to extend several kilometers downward. Roberts stated before his disappearance, "We built bases on top of something we didn't understand. We were told to monitor, not to explore." Satellite thermal imagery supports the existence of these underground heat signatures, large, stable sources of warmth that cannot be explained by known geothermal activity. Official statements attribute them to basaltic formations or natural convection, yet their shape and consistency suggest artificial maintenance. One particular hotspot beneath the ice shelf has been consistently active for over 2 decades. "It's as if there's an engine running down there," said a geophysicist who reviewed the thermal data anonymously. In addition to the U.S. and Russia, China has quietly expanded its presence in Antarctica. Its newest research outpost, the Kunlun Station, sits directly atop the largest subglacial lake ever discovered, Lake Vostok. Officially, the mission is to study extremophile microbes. Unofficially, Kunlun is one of the most heavily guarded research facilities on the continent. Armed patrols have been sighted in satellite imagery, and large metallic containers are frequently airlifted in and out under cover of equipment resupply. Why does a biological research station require such security? And why are its communication logs partially encrypted, routed through military channels instead of open scientific networks? Even the Antarctic Treaty itself, the supposed symbol of peace and cooperation, contains curious loopholes. While it bans military activity, it allows the use of military personnel or equipment for scientific purposes. In other words, a nation can station troops, aircraft, and even weapons as long as they are part of a research project. This clause has been exploited for decades, turning certain Antarctic sectors into de facto militarized zones under the guise of science. Rumors persist of underground hangars and ice-buried airstrips, some allegedly large enough to accommodate transport aircraft. Several expeditions in the 1980s reported hearing the distant hum of machinery echoing beneath the ice, even hundreds of kilometers from any known base. Others describe mysterious aircraft, dark, silent, and triangular, flying over remote sectors where no flight paths exist. When questioned, officials dismiss these as optical illusions or atmospheric phenomena. Yet, the reports are too consistent, too widespread, to ignore. One of the most chilling stories came from a 2011 expedition of New Zealand researchers studying ice shelf stability. Their aircraft's navigation systems malfunctioned mid-flight, forcing an emergency landing near a restricted sector. The team reported encountering structures protruding from the ice and metallic surfaces beneath the snow. Before they could document the find, a U.S. military helicopter arrived, evacuating them under armed escort. Their flight records were sealed, and their report never reached publication. The lead scientist later told colleagues, "We saw something we weren't supposed to see." Even digital observers have faced obstacles. Civilian satellites attempting to map certain Antarctic regions have returned corrupted data, as if jammed by electronic interference. Some private companies that tried to share high-resolution images of these zones found their servers hacked or their content flagged for security review. The same patterns occur in space-based imaging. Sections of Antarctica occasionally appear blurred or pixelated in publicly available maps, though other remote regions of the planet remain crystal clear. The deeper one looks, the more Antarctica resembles a fortress of secrets, a continent ringed by law, guarded by governments, and locked beneath layers of both ice and bureaucracy. For the few who have glimpsed beyond the surface, the conclusion is chilling. These no-fly zones and hidden bases are not about environmental protection. They are about containment. Something lies beneath that must never be unearthed, or if unearthed, never revealed. What could be so dangerous, so world-altering, that global powers, who agree on almost nothing else, would unite to conceal it? Some say it's an ancient civilization. Others whisper of alien artifacts, lost technology, or gateways to another world. Whatever it has made Antarctica the most heavily monitored and restricted desert on the planet. The ice is not the only barrier here. The real wall is silence, and those who guard have no intention of letting it crack. The legend of Admiral Richard E. Byrd stands as one of the most enigmatic chapters in modern exploration, a story tangled in truth, myth, and layers of secrecy that reach far beyond the frozen horizon of Antarctica. Officially, Byrd was a pioneering American aviator, a national hero who led multiple expeditions to the polar regions during the early 20th century. But within the shadows of his career lies something far stranger, an account that speaks of impossible encounters, vanished fleets, and a forbidden discovery beneath the ice. His 1947 expedition, Operation High Jump, remains, to this day, one of the most controversial military missions ever conducted in Antarctica. To understand the magnitude of Operation High Jump, one must remember the world in 1946. The Second World War had just ended. Nations were racing to rebuild, to rearm, to dominate. Yet instead of resting, the United States Navy launched a massive operation, 13 ships, 33 aircraft, and nearly 5,000 men, into one of the harshest and least hospitable environments on Earth. The official explanation was simple: to train personnel and test military equipment in extreme cold. But the logistics told a different story. High Jump was organized in mere weeks, commanded by a decorated admiral, and backed by the U.S. government's full military resources. Why such urgency? And why such power for what was supposedly a scientific expedition? Admiral Byrd himself described the mission as one of national security significance. Declassified reports show that the fleet included aircraft equipped with magnetic anomaly detectors, radar mapping systems, and even armed bombers, an odd choice for climate research. The expedition's stated goal was to photograph and map the Antarctic coastline. In reality, it also conducted deep ice radar surveys over regions of suspected geological interest. Many of these flight paths passed over areas that, decades later, would coincide with the mysterious anomalies now detected beneath the ice. Officially, Operation High Jump lasted from August 1946 to February 1947. Unofficially, it ended abruptly, months earlier than planned. The reasons for its sudden termination have never been fully explained. Reports from crew members spoke of unexpected aircraft losses, equipment failures, and encounters with extreme aerial phenomena that defied physics. Byrd himself was flown out of Antarctica under urgent orders, cutting the mission short. When he returned to the United States, he gave an interview that would fuel speculation for generations. In a March 1947 edition of El Mercurio, a Chilean newspaper, Byrd was quoted as saying, "The greatest danger for our future is that we may face an invasion from flying objects coming from the polar regions, which can move from pole to pole at incredible speed." That single statement sent shockwaves through the press. The U.S. military quickly downplayed it, claiming Byrd's words were misinterpreted. But those who knew him said the admiral was deeply shaken by what he had witnessed. Some accounts from crew members, classified for decades, mentioned bright disks that appeared over the ice, moving faster than any known aircraft. Others described mechanical malfunctions, compasses spinning wildly, and strange magnetic interference that rendered instruments useless. One of the most persistent legends surrounding Operation High Jump is that Byrd and his team discovered a massive entrance into the Earth beneath the Antarctic ice, a cavern leading to a warm, hollow region illuminated by an unknown light source. According to alleged excerpts from Byrd's secret diary, he described flying over mountains of green vegetation and rivers flowing through a valley surrounded by ice. There, He supposedly encountered beings who communicated telepathically and warned him about humanity's destructive path. The diary, though never authenticated, has circulated for decades in alternative circles, its tone eerily consistent with Bird's own writings and manner of speech. Mainstream historians dismiss these claims as pure fiction, arguing that no such diary exists in official archives. Yet the mystery persists because Operation Highjump's mission logs, especially the flight records of certain aircraft, remain partially classified even today. Some files were reportedly sealed under guise of national security. If the mission was purely scientific, what national secret could still need protecting nearly 80 years later? Adding to the intrigue are reports of heavy casualties among Bird's personnel. Officially, several men died in accidents, including aircraft crashes and exposure. But unofficial testimonies from descendants of crew members suggest that not all deaths were natural. One letter, allegedly written by a surviving pilot and later leaked online, claims that we were engaged by something that came out of the water, fast and luminous. The letter describes disks rising vertically from the ocean, slicing through the air, and disabling aircraft electronics. Whether truth or fabrication, the consistency of these descriptions with later UFO sightings is uncanny. When Bird returned to Washington, he was immediately debriefed and placed under strict orders of silence. He continued to participate in Antarctic exploration, leading another expedition in 1955, Operation Deep Freeze, which laid the groundwork for permanent U.S. bases. But those who knew him said that the admiral was never the same after High Jump. In his final years, he became withdrawn, cryptic, and increasingly philosophical about humanity's place in the cosmos. There are worlds within our world, he once told a journalist, and if we ever unlock them, we may find truths we are not ready to face. Operation High Jump secrecy became even more suspicious when the Antarctic Treaty was signed in 1959, just 12 years later. Suddenly, all major powers agreed to ban territorial claims and prohibit military activity on the continent. This unprecedented global cooperation happened during the height of the Cold War, when such unity was otherwise impossible. Many researchers believe that the treaty was not about environmental protection at all, but about containment. Something discovered during High Jump had to be hidden, and the easiest way to hide it was to lock the entire continent under the banner of peace. Even in modern times, classified military documents hint at polar phenomena that remain unexplained. Radar returns showing massive metallic reflections, thermal readings inconsistent with geological activity, and untraceable radio signals have all been recorded. Some investigators suspect that remnants of Operation High Jump's findings form the backbone of current black budget research into propulsion systems and directed energy technologies. The deeper you dive into Bird's legacy, the stranger it becomes. Was he merely a courageous explorer whose story was distorted by myth? Or was he a witness to something extraordinary, something so powerful that governments have kept it hidden for nearly a century? His final public statement before his death only adds to the enigma. The world's poles are not what they seem. I have seen the other side. Whether metaphor or confession, Admiral Bird's words continue to echo through history like a warning. Operation High Jump may have been portrayed as a failure, but its silence speaks volumes. The mission ended suddenly, its record sealed, its leader chained forever. What did they find out there on the edge of the world? Perhaps it was just the endless white of Antarctica, the emptiness, the cold, the madness of isolation. Or perhaps, beneath the ice, they stumbled upon the threshold of another world. A door buried in frost, leading to a truth humanity was never meant to uncover. The idea that our planet might be hollow, or at least that vast inner chambers exist beneath its crust, has long been dismissed as science fiction. And yet, when it comes to Antarctica, even the impossible seems to find a foothold in reality. Beneath the miles of frozen wasteland lies a labyrinth of tunnels, voids, and caverns that defy conventional explanation. Scientists admit that there are hollow spaces large enough to fit skyscrapers, rivers that never freeze, and magnetic readings that fluctuate as if something, some structure or energy source, is moving below. The question is not whether there's a world beneath the ice, but what kind of world it truly is. The modern fascination with this mystery can be traced back to Admiral Byrd's legendary expeditions and the rumors that he found not just mountains and valleys, but a vast subterranean realm, a place he called a land beyond the poles. But even before Byrd, ancient myths hinted at this hidden world. The Greeks spoke of Agartha, the Buddhists of Shambhala, and the Norse of Svaralfheim. Kingdoms beneath the earth, inhabited by ancient beings of light and wisdom. Could these stories be echoes of an ancient memory, distorted by time but rooted in something real? Modern science has reluctantly confirmed that the Earth's polar regions are riddled with subglacial networks, massive tunnels carved not by human hands, but by geothermal heat, volcanic activity, and pressurized water. Some of these channels stretch for hundreds of miles. In Antarctica, radar imaging has revealed voids so immense that researchers compare them to underground cathedrals. The largest of these, near the Pine Island Glacier, spans more than 1,000 feet high and over 90 miles long, big enough to conceal entire cities. Officially, these cavities are described as natural phenomena created by ice melting over geothermal vents. But skeptics point out the curious geometry of certain formations, long, perfectly linear corridors that maintain consistent width and depth for miles, something no known natural process should produce. Moreover, these voids emit faint electromagnetic signatures, as though some form of technology or residual energy still hums deep within. In 2018, a classified European Space Agency radar survey accidentally captured data that set off alarms across the scientific community. Underneath the Queen Maud land region, sensors picked up what appeared to be a cylindrical void descending vertically nearly 2 miles into the Earth. Its walls reflected radar like polished metal, and the cavity itself emitted weak but steady magnetic pulses. Official reports called it an anomaly in the ice substratum, but the term didn't fool anyone familiar with subterranean research. One insider later leaked that the formation looked like an artificial elevator shaft. The discovery revived interest in an old theory known as the hollow Earth hypothesis, which proposes that Earth's crust may contain massive internal chambers or even self-contained ecosystems. While mainstream geology rejects the notion of an open inner world, scientists acknowledge the existence of subglacial lakes, caverns, and possibly entire networks connected beneath the Antarctic ice. One of the most famous examples is Lake Vostok, a body of water sealed beneath 5 miles of ice, untouched for over 15 million years. When Russian researchers drilled into it in 2012, they found microbial life unlike anything known on the surface, species that survive in complete darkness, extreme pressure, and chemical isolation. But what else could exist in such an environment? Some whistleblowers claim that beneath Antarctica lies not a single lake, but a chain of connected ecosystems. Underground seas warmed by geothermal heat, linked by tunnels large enough for vehicles or even aircraft to navigate. According to these accounts, certain governments have already explored these tunnels and discovered vast caverns containing structures, metallic, symmetrical, and impossibly ancient. The rumors only intensified when seismic readings began picking up rhythmic vibrations from beneath the continent, deep below any known geological layer. They weren't earthquakes. They were pulses, steady timed and repeating. "It's almost like a heartbeat," said one geophysicist who reviewed the data anonymously. Some researchers speculate that the vibrations come from massive moving ice sheets or tectonic stress. Others whisper of ancient machinery, something buried, still functioning after tens of thousands of years, its energy echoing through the ice. Historical accounts also feed the legend. In the late 1930s, German expeditions allegedly discovered a series of warm caverns beneath the Neuschwaben land region. They reported temperate air, open water, and even patches of moss. Whether those accounts were exaggerated propaganda or based on reality, they inspired decades of speculation about hidden bases and secret entry points to an inner world. Decades later, American explorers encountered similar conditions, areas of warm air, rising steam, and ground readings inconsistent with pure ice. In some places, the snow melted faster than expected, as though heated from below. Scientists studying these geothermal anomalies have quietly admitted that something unusual is happening under Antarctica. Heat flow in certain areas is nearly double the global average, with unexplained hotspots appearing far from any volcanic activity. Some theorize that these are the entrances to vast geothermal chambers, spaces that may have once supported life on a grand scale. What kind of life could survive there now, sealed off for millennia? The answer might challenge everything we know about evolution. The hollow Earth theory, as fantastical as it sounds, may not refer to a literal hollow planet, but to a network of immense subterranean realms, ancient, hidden, and possibly engineered. Some researchers now describe Antarctica as a gateway rather than a continent, a natural lid over something older and deeper. Its ice may act as a barrier, both physical and energetic, separating our world from another beneath it. In esoteric traditions, the subterranean world, Agartha or Shambhala, is said to be inhabited by beings of extraordinary wisdom, guardians of lost knowledge who withdrew from the surface after humanity's last cataclysm. The entrance to their realm, legends say, lies at the poles. Could it be that these ancient myths preserve a distorted memory of a real civilization that retreated underground when disaster struck the surface world? If so, then the tunnels of Antarctica are not geological accidents. They are escape routes, sanctuaries of survival. Even recent satellite data has fueled speculation. Certain radar scans show tunnel-like heat plumes extending from deep beneath the ice toward the surface, perfectly cylindrical and consistent in diameter, suggesting a system of conduits. Some independent researchers have suggested these could be exhaust vents, or perhaps something far more advanced, the remnants of an energy or propulsion system hidden below. Governments, predictably, dismiss such claims, but they also guard access to these areas with remarkable intensity. Nearly all known entry points into subglacial voids are located within restricted military sectors. Journalists attempting to approach these regions have been detained and their equipment confiscated. Even civilian satellites that try to map them encounter inexplicable data corruption. The message is clear. Whatever is down there, the world is not meant to see it. Yet, deep beneath that veil of secrecy, the idea persists, whispered in research circles, spread across encrypted forums, and echoed in ancient myth. Beneath Antarctica's ice, there could exist a vast, self-contained world, one that has watched human civilization rise and fall, hidden in the shadows of time. Whether it is a remnant of an ancient people, an undiscovered biosphere, or something not of this earth, one truth remains certain. The ice is not solid. It is a curtain, and behind it lies a realm as alien as any other planet in our galaxy. When a day comes that the ice melts and the Earth's deepest secrets are laid bare, we may find that we have never truly been alone on this planet, that humanity's story is only the surface chapter of a far greater saga unfolding in the darkness beneath our feet. The story of Nazi Germany's obsession with Antarctica is one of the most controversial and most suppressed chapters in modern history. What began as a scientific expedition in the years before World War II has evolved into one of the most persistent and disturbing mysteries of the 20th century. The deeper one digs into the archives, the more it becomes clear that the Nazi regime may have discovered something in Antarctica that terrified the world's governments for decades to come. Some say it was an ancient base, others a hidden technology, and some whisper that it was contact with something not of this world. Whatever it was, the truth lies buried beneath the ice, alongside the ghost of the Third Reich's most secret mission. In 1938, as Europe teetered on the edge of war, Germany launched the Unexplained expedition, a massive operation under the command of Captain Alfred Richer. Officially, it was a whaling reconnaissance mission, a convenient cover for a nation already under international scrutiny. In reality, the expedition was state-sponsored by the Nazi government, personally authorized by Hermann Göring, and backed by the Luftwaffe. The ship MS Schwabenland carried not just scientists and explorers, but advanced aircraft equipped with long-range cameras and radar systems, cutting-edge technology for its time. Their destination was Queen Maud Land, a section of Antarctica then unexplored by most nations. Over the course of several weeks, the German planes flew extensive mapping runs, covering nearly 600,000 square kilometers and dropping aluminum swastika flags to mark territorial claims. They named the region New Schwabenland, New Swabia, and returned with thousands of photographs, soil samples, and allegedly more than just data. Several members of the crew later hinted that the expedition had found anomalous structures protruding from the ice, formations that did not appear natural. One surviving engineer reportedly described smooth metal-like surfaces and geometric shapes where no rock should be exposed. After their return, the reports vanished into Nazi archives. Only fragments survived the war, many confiscated by Allied intelligence. What little is known comes from witness statements and declassified documents recovered decades later. These suggest that the Nazi regime had a far deeper interest in Antarctica than mere geography. Rumors spread of a base being constructed beneath the ice, codenamed Base 211. Officially, no such base has ever been found, but multiple post-war testimonies suggest otherwise. During the war, German U-boats made repeated voyages to the South Atlantic, far beyond a range of standard naval operations. Some were documented, others simply vanished. Declassified British and American naval reports mention unexplained U-boat activity near Antarctica as late as 1945, even after Germany's surrender. One captured U-boat captain allegedly confessed that he had delivered important cargo to a remote polar base. The cargo's contents remain unknown. What could possibly compel a collapsing regime to send submarines to the end of the earth as its cities burned and its armies fell? Some researchers believe the Nazis were transporting personnel, prototypes, and documents to a secret stronghold designed to preserve their most advanced projects. These were not mere weapons. They were technological marvels far ahead of their time, anti-gravity devices, disc-shaped aircraft, and energy systems derived from lost ancient knowledge. The concept of Base 211 became a legend after the war. Allied intelligence records describe frantic searches for the rumored facility. Operation Tabarin, a British Antarctic mission launched in 1944, was publicly described as weather research, but privately directed to monitor German activity in the region. When Allied teams arrived, they discovered evidence of abandoned encampments, large metal barrels, and strange fuel containers frozen in the snow. Some claimed to have found tunnels, entrances carved into glaciers leading deep underground, but these reports were quickly classified. After the war, high-ranking Nazi officials, particularly from the SS Occult Division, the Antonurb, were interrogated about the expedition. Several hinted that the mission's true purpose was rooted in ancient mythology. They believed Antarctica had once been home to the Aryan UR race, a civilization of advanced beings who fled underground after a great cataclysm. The Nazis, obsessed with racial mysticism, were convinced that by rediscovering this lost knowledge, they could restore the world to a pre-flood state of pure power. The Antonurb even conducted archaeological expeditions in Tibet and South America, searching for traces of the same ancient culture they believed existed beneath the ice. Documents uncovered in the 1950s under Project Paperclip, a U.S. program that absorbed Nazi scientists into American research, refer indirectly to polar technologies and alternative propulsion studies. Some of these scientists later worked on the American space program. Whistleblowers claimed that knowledge recovered from hidden Nazi archives, including supposed Antarctic data, was used to advance early aerospace design. Whether this was genuine or mythologized, it shows that whatever was found in those archives was considered valuable enough to protect, not destroy. Then came the disappearances. After Germany's surrender, several high-ranking Nazis vanished without a trace. The most notable among them was Hans Kammler, the SS general who oversaw Germany's secret weapons program, including the V-2 rocket. He was never found. Another mystery surrounded U-530 and U-977, two German submarines that surrendered months after the war's end, one off Argentina, the other near the Antarctic convergence. Both captains refused to explain their extended missions, claiming they had been following final orders. Investigators speculated they may have delivered personnel or technology to a hidden base before surrendering. In the years that followed, the Antarctic connection resurfaced in one of the Cold War's strangest coincidences. Admiral Byrd's Operation High Jump in 1947, less than 2 years after the Nazi defeat. Some researchers argue that High Jump was not a scientific mission at all, but a reconnaissance operation to locate and neutralize any remaining German strongholds in Antarctica. Byrd's sudden retreat and cryptic comments about flying objects only fueled this theory. Could the remnants of Base 211, or what protected, have survived the war and repelled the Americans? Eyewitnesses and declassified reports continue to suggest that something extraordinary occurred. Declassified Argentine naval files describe unidentified submarines surfacing near the South Shetland Islands throughout the late 1940s and early 1950s. Meanwhile, Soviet intelligence documents uncovered after the Cold War reveal that both the U.S. and USSR maintained covert observation posts to monitor unexplained phenomena over the southern polar region. As the decades passed, Antarctica's role in the Nazi mythos grew darker. Some conspiracy theorists claim that remnants of the Third Reich established a hidden colony beneath the ice, shielded by technology so advanced it seemed otherworldly. Others believe that Nazi scientists discovered ruins of an even older civilization, possibly extraterrestrial in origin, and that their experiments were attempts to replicate its lost power. Whatever the truth, the idea of Nazi exploration in Antarctica has persisted because it connects verifiable history with enduring mystery. Skeptics argue that the entire story is exaggerated, a blend of propaganda, Cold War paranoia, and post-war myth-making. They point out that most German documents related to the expedition are incomplete or ambiguous. Yet, the unanswered questions remain. Why did the Nazis invest enormous resources in exploring the world's most remote continent? Why did they bring specialized drilling equipment, construction materials, and long-range aircraft? And why, after the war, did both superpowers continue to pour money and secrecy into Antarctic operations? Perhaps the greatest mystery of all is what the Nazis might have found. Was it simply natural formations mistaken for ruins? Or was it evidence of a civilization far older than humanity's recorded history, something the regime sought to claim as its own? The truth may never emerge. But one thing is certain. Antarctica held and still holds a secret powerful enough to attract the attention of empires, armies, and ideologue alike. The swastika flags dropped across Neuschwabenland have long since been buried by snow, but the shadow they cast remains. Beneath the ice lies not just a graveyard history, but the lingering echo of an obsession, an echo that continues to shape how we view Antarctica, not as a wasteland of ice, but as the final archive of forbidden knowledge. In the years following into the Second World War, the world entered a new era, an age defined not only by the Cold War, but also by an extraordinary and largely hidden struggle for control over Antarctica's secrets. What had begun as Nazi expeditions in the late 1930s and the mysterious aftermath of Admiral Byrd's Operation High Jump soon evolved into a global competition, cloaked in scientific rhetoric, but driven by geopolitical fear. Both the United States and the Soviet Union, along with their allies, seemed obsessed with the frozen continent. And as the Cold War deepened, rumors began to swirl of post-war secrets and cover-ups that extended far beyond politics, suggesting that something beneath the ice was too powerful, too dangerous, or too world-altering to ever be made public. Officially, the post-war Antarctic efforts were about research, weather, geology, glaciology. But declassified documents tell a more complex story. From 1947 to the early 1960s, multiple military missions were launched under scientific pretenses, each involving classified objectives, restricted zones, and unpublicized outcomes. The U.S. Navy's Operation Windmill, 1947-48, Operation Deep Freeze, 1955-58, and the Soviet Mirny expeditions all followed eerily similar patterns. Heavy deployment of equipment, high secrecy, and unexplained magnetic and radar anomalies encountered during their missions. Each expedition brought back thousands of photos, but many were never released. The timing is suspicious. Just 2 years after the end of World War II, and mere months after Operation High Jump's abrupt termination, Admiral Byrd returned to the Antarctic frontier with renewed support and a significantly more militarized team. He wasn't alone. Soviet ships were spotted moving into the southern seas around the same time. Both nations denied knowledge of the other's movements, yet both appear to be racing toward the same hidden goal. The world was told it was about mapping the last unexplored wilderness, but insiders whispered that they were searching for something lost in the ice, something left behind before the war ended. In 1952, a classified U.S. Navy intelligence memo, later declassified in part, made reference to unexplained signals of non-terrestrial origin detected beneath polar ice. Though the official explanation described them as natural radio reflections, The memo's internal notes told another story. It mentioned patterns consistent with coded transmission and unidentified metallic reflections consistent with structures of non-geological composition. The memo's signature section was redacted, and no follow-up report was ever found. By 1956, the Soviet Union had established its first permanent base, Mirny Station, positioned suspiciously close to regions once surveyed by the Germans in the 1930s. Soviet scientists drilled ice cores and deployed ground-penetrating radar, allegedly to study geological layers. But when fragments of their findings reached Western intelligence, they contained descriptions of subsurface anomalies, massive cavities, geometric formations, and heat pockets deep within the Earth. Western analysts quickly classified the documents, marking them strategic intelligence, level Omega. The Soviets never commented publicly, and the materials vanished into Moscow's archives. Meanwhile, in the United States, strange stories began to circulate among military personnel returning from Antarctic duty. They spoke of restricted zones where even scientists were forbidden to fly, of entire sections of radar maps blacked out, and of missing aircraft that were later reported as lost to storms, even when weather records showed clear skies. A handful of servicemen claimed to have seen lights beneath the ice, soft, pulsating blue-white orbs that appeared and vanished without warning. One pilot described an incident in which his instruments failed mid-flight while crossing a restricted sector. He radioed that the compass was spinning uncontrollably and that a glowing object had appeared below. His aircraft never returned. Governments, predictably, denied everything. But soon after, the Antarctic Treaty was drafted and signed in 1959, a treaty unlike any other in human history. At the height of nuclear paranoia, nations that despised each other suddenly agreed on one thing: to lock Antarctica under shared jurisdiction, prohibiting all military activity and restricting exploration to peaceful scientific purposes. Why? No other landmass on Earth has ever been so fiercely protected from the public eye. Many historians have called the treaty a miracle of diplomacy. Others see it as a mutual pact of silence, a global decision to seal the continent's secrets forever. The timing of the treaty coincides with several disturbing Cold War incidents. In 1958, the U.S. detonated high-altitude nuclear devices under Project Argus, officially to test radiation belts, but some declassified memos suggest the detonations were targeted toward ionospheric anomalies detected over the South Atlantic. According to one scientist involved, the blasts were meant to disrupt an energy field emanating from the polar region. Soviet intelligence, alarmed, mirrored the tests months later. Both superpowers appear to be reacting to something invisible yet measurable, something pulsing from deep beneath the southern hemisphere. Throughout the 1960s and 1970s, the silence grew deeper. NASA's satellite programs began to map the entire planet in detail, except for specific swaths of Antarctica that curiously remained unmapped or pixelated in public data releases. A few daring researchers who noticed these gaps demanded explanations. The official line was that the missing imagery was obscured by cloud cover, yet repeated missions over decades somehow failed to capture those same regions, always the same coordinates. At the same time, both the United States and the Soviet Union ramped up secret research into magnetogravitic propulsion, an experimental technology eerily similar to rumored Nazi blueprints for Die Glocke or the Bell. Officially, these projects aim to improve aircraft control and energy systems. Unofficially, many of their scientists came from Operation Paperclip, men who had worked directly under the Nazi war machine. What if those scientists hadn't brought just knowledge, but data retrieved from something buried under the Antarctic ice? The Cold War also saw a strange convergence of intelligence reports mentioning anomalous aerial phenomena over both poles. U.S. NORAD radar logs from 1962 recorded fast-moving objects emerging from Antarctic airspace and vanishing into the upper atmosphere. Similar reports came from Soviet satellite tracking systems. Both nations issued immediate denials, but behind closed doors, defense agencies scrambled. Project Blue Book, America's official investigation into UFO sightings, contains several entries labeled simply Polar Incident, confidential. Every one of them remains redacted to this day. Adding to the mystery, Declassified CIA files from the 1970s reference geoenergetic studies conducted in collaboration with the U.S. Navy under the title Operation Deep Sleep. While the contents remain sealed, internal memos suggest the operation sought to monitor energy emissions of unknown origin from beneath the Antarctic crust. The findings were described as potentially destabilizing. Shortly thereafter, Antarctic research funding shifted dramatically toward climate modeling, conveniently distancing future studies from anything geophysical or subsurface. The Soviet Union, for its part, maintained strict secrecy around its Antarctic activities. Soviet scientists stationed at Vostok reported multiple seismic events unlinked to tectonic movement, sometimes accompanied by unexplained auroral displays. These were documented but never explained. In 1982, a classified KGB memo described deep subterranean electromagnetic resonance detected during an under-ice drilling operation. The memo's conclusion was chillingly vague. We have awakened something. By the end of the Cold War, the great Antarctic race faded from public consciousness. The continent became a backdrop for environmental campaigns and scientific documentaries. It shadowed history buried under layers of bureaucracy. Yet, whispers persist among former intelligence officers and retired scientists that during those decades, both superpowers found something that could alter our understanding of civilization itself. Perhaps it was remnants of the rumored Base 211. Perhaps it was an ancient structure, a machine, or even a biological entity frozen in suspended animation. Whatever it was, it became the one secret neither side dared to weaponize or expose. The Antarctic Treaty ensured permanent silence, the perfect legal barrier. Cooperation between enemies was not born from goodwill. It was born from mutual fear. Today, as new technologies like ice-penetrating radar and satellite gravimetry reopen the continent's mysteries, a quiet unease stirs once again. The same regions sealed by the Cold War powers continue to yield inexplicable data, symmetrical voids, metallic echoes, magnetic distortions. The evidence accumulates, but the answers remain locked away. If the truth were ever revealed, it could rewrite history and shatter the illusion that Antarctica is simply a lifeless wasteland. It is not. It is a vault, guarded for generations, containing the legacy of something ancient and powerful, something the victors of the last great war swore to keep buried, not just for security, but for survival. Every great civilization leaves behind a signature, an architectural fingerprint that endures long after its people have vanished. The Egyptians had their pyramids, the Mayans their step temples, the Sumerians their ziggurats, and the builders of Stonehenge their rings of standing stone. These structures are not merely monuments. They are blueprints, encoded messages carved in stone, aligned with the heavens, and constructed with precision that still defies modern engineering. When researchers began to overlay the geometry of Antarctica's subglacial formations with those of ancient sacred sites, a shocking realization emerged. The patterns matched. Beneath the frozen continent, the same blueprint of the ancient builders seems to appear, repeating the same mathematical constants, the same alignments, the same purpose. For centuries, scholars have debated whether these architectural similarities around the world were coincidental or evidence of a lost, interconnected civilization. Mainstream archaeology claims that such alignments, particularly the near-universal use of the golden ratio, sacred geometry, and astronomical orientation, developed independently across cultures. But what if that's wrong? What if all these designs come from a single source, a forgotten mother civilization that once spanned the globe, with Antarctica as at heart? When early radar imaging from Antarctica revealed the geometric precision of the Wilkes Land anomaly, researchers noted something extraordinary. The underlying grid followed angles of 30, 60, and 90 degrees, identical to those found in the pyramids of Egypt and the temples of Teotihuacan. The dimensions, when scaled, also reflected the same ratio between Earth's equator and poles used by the builders of the Great Pyramid. To some scientists, this was merely coincidence, but to others, it was evidence of design, an echo of an ancient blueprint stretching across continents. The deeper one studies ancient architecture, the more the pattern emerges. From Giza to Machu Picchu, from Angkor Wat to Nan Madol, these sites are not random. They form a global web of energy and knowledge, linked through precise geodesic placement. Many of them lie on intersecting points of Earth's magnetic grid, what some call ley lines, energy corridors believed to carry electromagnetic resonance through the planet's crust. These ley lines form pentagonal and hexagonal grids that perfectly correspond with the orientation of Antarctica's subglacial structures. Could this be more than coincidence? Could Antarctica's hidden formations represent the central node, the origin point of an ancient planetary network? Some of the most astonishing evidence comes from a detailed comparative study conducted by independent researcher Dr. Michael Burson in the late 1990s. He overlaid global map projections of known megalithic sites with the recently released geophysical data from Antarctic ice scans. His findings suggested that many of the Earth's most significant ancient structures align to form concentric arcs around the South Pole, implying a shared point of reference. It's as if the builders of antiquity were remembering something, Burson wrote, some lost world at the bottom of the Earth, the cradle of their ancestors. His paper was dismissed by academia, but his calculations remain mathematically sound. Archaeological mythology also preserves fragments of this blueprint. The Dogon tribe of Mali claimed their knowledge of astronomy and architecture came from visitors who arrived from the hidden world beneath the water. The Mayans spoke of their gods coming from the south, from the White Land. Even the ancient Egyptians referred to their homeland as Taneter, the land of the gods, located at the edge of the world, for which the first kings emerged after a great flood. Many esoteric scholars have long argued that this land of origins could be none other than Antarctica before its sudden freeze. If true, it would mean that the same civilization that built the world's first pyramids may have begun on a continent now buried under ice. Their knowledge, mathematical, astronomical, and architectural, was preserved by their survivors and passed down through successive cultures as myth, religion, and geometry. The ancient builder's blueprint may not have been metaphorical at all. It may have been a literal architectural language, an encoded system of proportion and alignment designed to channel the Earth's natural energies. Even mainstream science has begun to acknowledge that ancient builders possessed knowledge of the planet's dimensions and axial tilt far earlier than previously believed. The Great Pyramid's latitude encodes the exact speed of light. The Parthenon proportions reflect perfect harmonic resonance. The megaliths of Peru align precisely with equinoxes and solstices observable only with advanced astronomy. And now, buried beneath Antarctica, radar has revealed structures displaying similar alignments, monolithic ridges and corridors positioned along the same solar and stellar trajectories. A key clue lies in Antarctica's magnetic anomalies. Certain regions display organized magnetic interference, forming geometric patterns inconsistent with natural geology. When mapped, these fields form spirals and triangular arrays, the same geometrical motifs carved into ancient temples worldwide. Were these ancient architects manipulating Earth's magnetic field to power their cities? If so, the Antarctic formations might be remnants of vast energy systems, megalithic generators built to stabilize climate or channel electromagnetic currents long before our recorded history began. One tantalizing fragment comes from the lost writings of Charles Hapgood, the geologist who proposed a theory of crustal displacement. He suggested that a pre-glacial civilization once occupied Antarctica and may have left behind infrastructure that is now buried. Among his notes were references to cyclic resonance, a concept describing how megalithic architecture could amplify natural planetary frequencies. Hapgood theorized that ancient builders were not merely constructing temples, but tuning the Earth itself. Could it be that the so-called pyramids under Antarctica are not tombs, but machines, resonant devices built to harmonize energy on a planetary scale? Modern physics lends unexpected support to this possibility. Research into piezoelectric effects shows that certain types of stone, granite, basalt, quartz generate electricity under pressure. Many ancient monuments are constructed from these exact materials. Antarctica's subglacial ridges, according to recent surveys, contain unusually high concentrations of crystalline quartzite. If those structures were once part of a megalithic complex, they could have served as natural power sources, tapping into the Earth's magnetic grid in ways we are only beginning to rediscover. Even the layout of these supposed Antarctic formations mirrors global sacred geometry. When researchers plotted their coordinates alongside the pyramids of Egypt, the temples of Angkor and the Nazca Lines, they found that all these sites form a precise geometric relationship, an invisible architecture of energy stretching across the planet. The odds of this occurring by chance are astronomically low. It suggests deliberate design, an intelligent plan linking humanity's greatest monuments to a single source. If Antarctica was once the epicenter of a prehistoric civilization, then what remains beneath its ice is not just architecture. It is a global archive. The structures hidden there could contain the keys to ancient technologies, mathematical knowledge, and forgotten understanding of energy and the cosmos. Every pyramid, every temple, may be a reflection of that lost Antarctic prototype, a memory preserved in stone. The implications are staggering. Humanity's history would no longer be a story of isolated civilizations spontaneously developing across the world. It would be a saga of inheritance, an ancient knowledge passed down through survivors of cataclysm that erased their homeland. The builders of Egypt, Sumer, and Mesoamerica may have been descendants of those who fled Antarctica's Great Freeze, carrying fragments of their ancestors' wisdom and their sacred architectural code. Today, as satellites and ground-penetrating radar uncover more anomalies beneath the ice, the pieces of this ancient puzzle are beginning to align. The geometry, the magnetic signatures, the alignments, all point to a single conclusion. What lies beneath Antarctica may be the original template of civilization, the master design from which all others were copied. The ancients called it the land of the first builders, the cradle of knowledge that preceded history. Modern scientists call it an anomaly, but perhaps it is something far more profound, a blueprint left by our forgotten forebears, a message carved in ice and stone, whispering across millennia. Remember where you came from. Every myth, every sacred story, and every ancient legend carries within it a spark of memory, a distant echo of something that once was. Across the world, cultures separated by oceans and millennia tell eerily similar tales. A golden age that ended in disaster, gods descending from the sky, and a flood or great freeze that erased nearly all of humankind. These stories are dismissed by modern historians as metaphor, but what if they are messages from our forgotten ancestors, encoded in myth to survive the collapse of an entire world? What if the memory they preserve is of Antarctica, not as an icy wasteland, but as the cradle of a lost civilization buried under millennia of snow and secrecy? Humanity's oldest myths seem to whisper of that ancient land. The Greek legends of Hyperborea describe a radiant kingdom beyond the north wind, a place of perpetual light where gods and mortals live together in peace. The people of Hyperborea were said to be wise, long-lived, and untouched by war or disease. When the earth shifted and their paradise grew cold, they disappeared. Some say underground, others say into the sea, though described as lying to the north. Scholars have long suspected the myth may have confused north and south, a common inversion in ancient cosmology. What if Hyperborea was not above the world, but below it? What if it was Antarctica before the ice? Then there's the legend of Atlantis, first recorded by Plato but echoed in civilizations from Egypt to the Americas. Plato's description of Atlantis as a circular, advanced island that vanished beneath the sea after a day of fire and flood is remarkably consistent with a massive polar displacement or crustal shift. The date Plato gave, roughly 9,600 BC, coincides almost perfectly with the end of the last ice age, when sudden climate upheaval transformed the planet. Could Plato's island have been the temperate Antarctica of prehistory, lost not beneath the waves but beneath the ice? In the East, the Hindu Puranas and Mahabharata speak of cyclical destructions, the end of each yuga, when divine beings intervene to preserve fragments of knowledge from a dying world. The text describe flying craft called vimanas, luminous cities in the sky, and subterranean realms where survivors of cataclysm hide until the earth is reborn. The descriptions of these cities beneath the mountains bear uncanny resemblance to the subglacial caverns that scientists now know exist under Antarctica. In the Ramayana, one such refuge is said to lie beneath the land of eternal snow, ruled by sages who guard the secrets of creation. From South America come the tales of Viracocha, the god who emerged from the southern seas after a great flood, bringing civilization to the Andes. The Inca described him as tall, pale, and bearded, an anomaly in their region, arriving from the direction of Antarctica, teaching agriculture, astronomy, and architecture before disappearing again into the ocean. Across the Pacific, Polynesian lore speaks of Hiva, a radiant homeland swallowed by the sea and the cold. To the Maori, it was Te Punga o Te Waka, the anchor of the world, a land of light at the end of the earth. In every story, the pattern repeats. A paradise destroyed, a migration of survivors, and a promise that one day the truth will resurface. Even in the Bible, echoes of these older myths remain. The book of Genesis speaks of the waters of the deep bursting forth and a flood that erased all civilization except a chosen few. The Nephilim, the mysterious giants of old, are said to have been wiped out in that cataclysm. Yet fragments of their knowledge survived through Noah's descendants. Could these giants have been the same beings remembered as gods, engineers, or sages in other cultures? Could their civilization, technological and spiritual beyond our comprehension, have been the one buried beneath Antarctica's ice? The stories of global floods are often treated as allegory, but geological evidence tells a different tale. Around 12,000 years ago, something catastrophic happened to Earth's climate. Ice cores and sediment layers reveal abrupt temperature changes, worldwide flooding and the extinction of countless species. Glaciers melted at astonishing speed. Sea levels rose by more than 400 feet in a geological instant. Scientists call it the Younger Dryas event, likely caused by a massive meteor impact or sudden pole shift. The result would have been apocalyptic. Earthquakes, tsunamis, hurricanes, and firestorms devastating the planet. If a civilization had existed on Antarctica before this event, its destruction would have been total, its ruins entombed in ice as the poles shifted and the oceans roared. But myth does more than record disaster. It preserves wisdom. Across all traditions, the survivors of the cataclysm are portrayed as keepers of knowledge. The Egyptian god Thoth, the Mesopotamian Oans, the Sumerian Enki, and the Mesoamerican Quetzalcoatl all share the same archetype, beings who emerge after global destruction to rebuild humanity, teaching writing, mathematics, astronomy, and law. Many legends describe them as pale-skinned, radiant, or luminous, characteristics reminiscent of people acclimated to a polar climate. Is it possible that these gods were the last refugees of Antarctica's lost civilization, spreading their knowledge across the world as they sought to preserve the memory of their home? Even more compelling is the symbolism of the serpent and the sun, motifs shared by nearly every ancient culture. The serpent represents wisdom, energy, and cycles, the eternal return. The sun symbolizes rebirth and enlightenment. In some esoteric traditions, Antarctica is associated with the white sun, the hidden source of illumination beneath the earth. The myth of a serpent coiled beneath the poles, waiting to awaken, may in fact be a metaphor for the reemergence of that ancient power, a memory stirring beneath the ice. Esoteric texts from the Hermetic and Gnostic traditions hint at this same secret. The emerald tablets of Thoth speak of a hall of records hidden in the land of eternal night, containing the complete knowledge of the ancients. The texts describe crystalline chambers and machines of light, technology far beyond their supposed era. Many believe these halls are not in Egypt or under the Sphinx, as once thought, but under Antarctica, where the original temples still sleep. If that is true, then myth and science are not at odds. They are two halves of a single truth, divided by time. Modern researchers have begun to reinterpret these ancient narratives through the lens of geology, astronomy, and archaeology. Some point out that many ancient monuments are aligned not with our current celestial north, but with a point that would have been the pole before the Earth's axis shifted, when Antarctica was ice-free. That alignment cannot be coincidence. It is as if those who built the first monuments were trying to preserve the memory of a world that no longer existed, their sacred architecture pointing back to their lost home beneath the southern stars. Skeptics, of course, dismiss such parallels as imaginative pattern-making. But even the skeptics cannot explain why myths across the world describe the same sequence of events: civilization, hubris, cataclysm, and exile. Nor can they explain why so many of these myths reference a land beyond the ocean, beneath the sun, or at the edge of the world. The odds of such global consistency arising purely by chance are infinitesimal. These were not fairy tales. They were memories of a global trauma, retold to the language of gods and monsters, because no other language could contain their grief. Perhaps what we call myth is simply history viewed through the shattered lens of survival. Perhaps the legends of Hyperborea Atlantis, Lemuria, and Shambhala are not separate stories at all, but different names for one civilization. An Antarctic world lost in ice, remembered only in whispers. If that is true, then humanity's oldest stories are not warnings about imaginary gods, but testimonies of our own forgotten past. In every flood myth, there is also a prophecy that the buried world will rise again when the time is right. When the ice melts, say the old texts, the memory returns. The melting of Antarctica may therefore be more than an environmental crisis. It may be a cosmic unlocking, a revelation long awaited. As the glaciers retreat and the satellites peer deeper into the continent's heart, the line between myth and reality blurs. Perhaps the storytellers of old were not warning us of divine punishment, but reminding us of who we were, builders, dreamers, survivors of a world that time froze but never truly erased. The messages of mythology are not fables, they are invitations. They beckon us to remember, to rediscover, and to reclaim the truth sleeping beneath Antarctica's eternal veil. In the story of Earth's hidden past, no moment is more pivotal or more terrifying than the cataclysm that ended the world before our own. For thousands of years, ancient myths have spoken of a great deluge, a fire from the heavens, or a sudden freezing wind that swept across the earth, wiping out entire civilizations in a single day. Modern science, for all its skepticism, has begun to uncover evidence that aligns disturbingly well with those myths. Something happened roughly 12,800 years ago, an event so sudden, so violent, that it altered the face of the planet forever. For those who believe Antarctica was once home to an advanced civilization, this was the moment their world was entombed in ice. The clues are everywhere, if you know where to look. Across the globe, layers of geological strata contain a mysterious line rich in platinum and microscopic glass beads, signatures of an impact event. In North America, Europe, and even parts of the Southern Hemisphere, scientists have discovered black mats, thin sedimentary layers indicating mass extinctions and abrupt environmental shifts. These layers correspond precisely with the onset of the Younger Dryas, a 1,200-year return to Ice Age conditions after a period of rapid warming. In other words, Earth suddenly froze. Something had plunged the planet back into glacial chaos, just as it was emerging from the last ice age. Mainstream science attributes this to a comet impact, possibly fragments of a massive cosmic object that struck multiple locations on Earth. Some theorists, however, believe that the largest fragment hit near or directly on Antarctica, triggering a planetary catastrophe. If true, it would explain not only the sudden deep freeze, but also the violent crustal movements recorded in geological layers. Such an impact would have destabilized the polar ice, shifted tectonic plates, and caused massive tidal waves, obliterating any civilization that existed on or near the continent. The ensuing cloud of dust and vapor would have blocked sunlight for centuries, plunging the world into darkness and cold. According to this theory, the Antarctic cataclysm was not a slow process of glaciation. It was instantaneous. In a matter of days or weeks, the once temperate land was locked under miles of ice. If a civilization had thrived there, its cities, technology, and people would have been frozen exactly as they stood, sealed in a deep freeze time capsule. Fossilized vegetation found beneath Antarctic ice cores supports this view. Samples of pollen, leaves, and even tree trunks have been discovered far below current ice levels, evidence that the continent was once lush and green. Then, suddenly it wasn't. But was this disaster purely natural? Or could it have been something more? Some researchers argue that the event may have been man-made, or rather, the result of technological forces unleashed by the civilization itself. Perhaps they had harnessed the power of the Earth's magnetic field, or experimented with energy systems beyond our comprehension, technologies that destabilize the planet's balance. In several ancient texts, including the Popol Vuh of the Maya and the Book of Enoch, we find warnings of civilizations destroyed by their own arrogance, punished by the heavens for misusing divine knowledge. Could these be fragmented memories of the same event? A civilization that triggered its own annihilation, unleashing forces that cascaded into global catastrophe? The geological evidence is compelling, but the physical traces of the disaster are even more chilling. Beneath Greenland and Antarctica, scientists have discovered immense craters hidden under the ice, such as the Hiawatha crater in northwest Greenland, spanning 31 kilometers across. Its estimated age? Roughly 12,800 years. The discovery stunned the scientific community, as it matched precisely with the younger Dryas boundary layer. Yet few mainstream scientists have publicly explored what it implies. If an impact that massive struck one pole, could another have hit the opposite end, Antarctica itself? Satellite gravimetric scans show a circular depression beneath the Wilkes Land ice sheet nearly 300 kilometers wide. Officially, it's described as a geological anomaly. Unofficially, it's the largest potential impact crater ever discovered on Earth. The alignment between these two craters, Greenland and Wilkes Land, is no coincidence to those who study ancient catastrophes. If fragments of a disintegrating comet bombarded both poles simultaneously, the result would have been apocalyptic. Massive tidal waves could have circled the globe, polar ice caps could have shifted, and the Earth's axis itself might have tilted, a crustal displacement of the kind proposed by geologist Charles Hapgood. Even Albert Einstein reviewed Hapgood's theory, writing that it was worthy of serious consideration. A sudden movement of the crust over the planet's molten interior could indeed explain how an entire continent once tropical could become frozen almost overnight. For ancient peoples who survived, the event would have seemed like the wrath of gods. The sun darkened, the air turned to ice, the ground split open, and the seas devoured the land. Myths from every corner of the world describe exactly such apocalyptic scenes. The Hopi remember the blue star Kachina that fell from the sky, heralding the world's purification by fire and ice. The Aztecs speak of the Son of Water, when a deluge destroyed the fourth world. In Mesopotamia, the Sumerians recorded a great storm that shook the heavens and drowned even the highest mountains. The Bible's flood, Noah's Ark, and the destruction of Atlantis, all of these could be cultural memories of the same real event, interpreted through different eyes. Even the magnetic field of the Earth bears the scars of this catastrophe. Paleomagnetic data shows that around 12,000 years ago, the planet's magnetic poles suddenly shifted and weakened dramatically, allowing intense cosmic radiation to reach the surface. Such an event could have caused mass extinctions, genetic mutations, and a collapse of ecosystems. It may also explain the strange radiation signatures detected in some of Antarctica's oldest ice layers, anomalies that remain unexplained by natural models. Then there are the frozen flash fossils, creatures discovered in polar regions with food still in their stomachs, as if they were killed and frozen instantly. In Siberia, mammoths have been unearthed with fresh vegetation in their mouths. The same rapid freeze pattern could have struck Antarctica, preserving not just animals but entire structures, temples, cities, and machines, under an instant blanket of ice. If explorers could one day reach those depths, they might find the lost world in perfect preservation. Its streets buried, its people encased in crystal ice, its technology frozen mid-function. But the catastrophe's consequences didn't end there. As the ice formed, ocean levels rose, drowning coastlines and wiping out low-lying civilizations. Survivors scattered across the world, carrying fragments of their knowledge, geometry, astronomy, and myths of the gods, to the fertile regions of Africa, the Middle East, and South America. These refugees became the seed cultures of post-cataclysmic humanity, giving birth to Sumer, Egypt, and the Indus Valley. They remembered their lost homeland not as Antarctica, but as a divine realm, Atlantis, Lemuria, the White Island, the land of the gods. Modern climatology supports the theory of a sudden, violent freeze. Ice core samples from Antarctica reveal an abrupt temperature drop of up to 15 degrees Celsius occurring within a single decade, an event so rapid it defies conventional models. The atmospheric dust levels during that period were off the charts, suggesting widespread fires and volcanic eruptions, likely triggered by the initial impact. Within years, the entire southern continent was locked in a new ice age, and humanity's last memory of it was buried beneath snow, myth, and time. In the decades that followed, as civilizations slowly recovered, they built monuments and myths to preserve what they remembered. The pyramids of Giza, oriented perfectly to the stars, may have been designed to encode the knowledge of pre-cataclysmic astronomy. The megaliths of Göbekli Tepe, dated to around the same era, show evidence of sudden burial, as if intentionally entombed to protect their secrets from destruction. Perhaps their builders knew what was coming or what had already happened, and tried to leave a message for the future. We were here before the ice. If this theory is true, then the cataclysm that froze Antarctica was not merely a natural disaster. It was a turning of an age, the reset of human history. Everything we call ancient may be nothing more than the second act of civilization's story, a continuation of a saga that began and ended in the southernmost reaches of our planet. And if the ice is now beginning to melt again, as satellites show year by year, then perhaps that story is not over. The Earth, like a vast clock, moves in cycles. The same cosmic rhythms that once brought destruction may now bring revelation. As glaciers retreat and radar scans penetrate deeper into the frozen depths, the evidence of that long-forgotten cataclysm may finally emerge. When it does, humanity will face a chilling truth. The end of the world already happened once, and everything we know today is built upon the frozen ruins of the civilization that came before. When scientists first began drilling into Antarctica's ancient ice, they expected to find nothing more than prehistoric air bubbles and simple microbes. What they discovered instead defied belief. Life forms that should not exist, microscopic entities with genetic signatures unlike anything found anywhere else on Earth. The deeper they drilled, the stranger became. Beneath the sterile, frozen silence of the continent, there appeared to be an entire hidden ecosystem, sealed off for millions of years, untouched by the sun and perhaps by evolution itself. But as the samples came up and the data poured in, some researchers began to whisper a far more unsettling possibility, that what they found wasn't simply ancient life. It was non-terrestrial in origin, or at least not part of the genetic lineage of anything known to humanity. The first major shock came in 1999, when Russian and British scientists analyzing samples from Lake Vostok, a massive subglacial lake buried beneath more than 2 miles of ice, detected traces of microbial DNA that didn't match any known species. The findings were initially dismissed as contamination, yet subsequent tests using sterilized drilling techniques yielded the same results. Roughly 10% of the genetic material retrieved from Lake Vostok had no known analog in existing DNA databases. It wasn't bacterial, fungal, or viral. It was something else entirely. One scientist reportedly described it as a genetic signature that does not fit within any known branch of earthly life. For a time, the discovery was quietly celebrated as a breakthrough in extremophile biology, proof that life could survive in conditions once thought impossible. But as more samples came in, the anomalies deepened. Some of the microorganisms displayed DNA arrangements that seemed artificially ordered, containing repetitive sequences more reminiscent of digital code than natural mutation. A few researchers noted that these sequences bore mathematical ratios identical to patterns found in human-designed algorithms. It's as if the genome was engineered, one geneticist said in a private briefing later leaked online. By the early 2010s, teams from NASA's Astrobiology Institute joined international efforts to study these organisms. Publicly, their mission was to understand how life might exist on icy moons like Europa or Enceladus. Privately, according to whistleblower emails, they were testing a hypothesis too radical for official disclosure, that the organisms found in Antarctica might represent a shared biosignature between Earth and extraterrestrial environments. If the hypothesis were true, it would mean that life on Earth, and possibly elsewhere in the solar system, might have a common origin, seeded across planets through panspermia or ancient technological intervention. The situation grew stranger still when a second anomaly appeared, not in the DNA, but in the structure of the organisms themselves. Electron microscopy revealed microcrystals embedded within some of the cells, structures composed of silicate and metallic elements arranged with nanometric precision. Under the microscope, they looked like miniature circuits. Some scientists theorized that these were naturally occurring crystalline growths used for energy storage, much like magnetosomes found in certain bacteria. But others were not convinced. The level of organization, they argued, implied design. Then came the truly chilling discovery. Samples retrieved from a separate drilling site, nearly 400 miles away from Lake Vostok, contain identical genetic sequences. The odds of identical DNA emerging in isolated, sealed ecosystems separated by millions of years and vast geological barriers were astronomical. Something, or someone, had seeded these organisms deliberately, long before Antarctica froze. As the evidence mounted, so did the secrecy. The Russian research team abruptly halted public reporting on their findings in 2012, citing security concerns. Rumors swirled that their samples had been confiscated upon return to Moscow, and that several researchers involved in the genetic analysis had died under mysterious circumstances. Officially, the cause was listed as an accident involving laboratory contamination. Unofficially, insiders spoke of a biohazard scare, of organisms exhibiting unexpected resilience, continuing to live and replicate even outside their native frozen environment. In subsequent years, fragments of data leaked through independent channels. One document, allegedly from a classified U.S. Russian joint study, described unusual bioactivity in samples retrieved from a depth of 3,700 meters. The organisms displayed what the report called selective reanimation. They remained inert until exposed to electromagnetic radiation within a specific frequency range, after which they became metabolically active. Some even emitted low-frequency electrical pulses. The report concluded with a line that sent shivers through the alternative science community. These entities respond to energy, not heat. Their metabolic process may be photonic or quantum in nature. For those who study ancient cataclysms and lost civilizations, the implications were staggering. If these organisms were indeed engineered, or if they represented a biotechnological legacy from a pre-human age, then the Antarctic ice was not just preserving the memory of a civilization. It was preserving its living technology. Imagine a culture capable of designing self-replicating, energy-reactive organisms to sustain its environment or power its machines, a form of bioengineering so advanced it merged with physics itself. Such organisms could have been used to regulate the planet's magnetic fields, maintain climate balance, or store information at the cellular level. It is not entirely far-fetched. Modern science has already begun exploring biocomputing, the use of DNA and organic molecules to store data and process information. If we, in a mere century of technology, can begin to encode digital files into DNA, what could a civilization tens of thousands of years ahead of us have achieved? Perhaps these microorganisms are not life as we define it, but the residual programs of an ancient biotechnological system, a system that continues to operate quietly beneath the ice. Some researchers have drawn connections between these discoveries and the magnetic anomalies detected near subglacial lakes. The organism's ability to emit faint electromagnetic pulses might explain localized fluctuations in radar and magnetometer readings. Could be that these microscopic life forms are clustered around buried structures, remnants of a power grid or a biological network that once spanned the continent. There are even whispers of recovered macrobiological samples, tissue fragments resembling the remains of larger organisms unlike any known on Earth. In 2016, an anonymous source claimed that a joint research team found humanoid-like remains deep in a thermal cavern, preserved under layers of ice crystals. The body was said to be nearly 3 meters tall, its skeletal structure elongated, and its skull unusually large. The story was quickly dismissed as a hoax, yet photographs and partial lab reports briefly surfaced online before being taken down. Whether authentic or fabricated, they fueled a terrifying question. If these beings existed, were they our ancestors or our creators? Even mainstream scientists are beginning to acknowledge that Antarctica may hold clues to the origin of life itself. Meteorites discovered there often contain organic compounds, amino acids, nucleobases, and even complex carbon structures similar to those found in living organisms. These meteorites, preserved by the cold, are the best evidence that the building blocks of life came from beyond Earth. What if the same is true of the organisms beneath the ice? What if they are descendants or remnants of life seeded from the stars, waiting for the world to thaw before awakening once more? The implications stretch far beyond biology. If Antarctica harbors organisms with non-terrestrial or engineered properties, it challenges everything we know about evolution, creation, and the history of intelligence on Earth. It would mean that life here did not begin in primordial soup, but in a laboratory, either alien or ancient human. It would also mean that the ice beneath our feet is not a grave, but a cradle, preserving the genesis of all that came after. And perhaps in the slow, relentless warming of the Antarctic ice, that cradle is beginning to open. Scientists have already detected plumes of unknown gas venting from beneath the continent, along with faint radio signals emanating from its interior. Are these simply geological processes, or the first signs of something stirring after 12,000 years of sleep? Whatever the truth, one thing is certain. The DNA anomalies beneath Antarctica hint at a chapter of Earth's history that science is not yet ready to read. Whether they are remnants of an alien experiment, the biological legacy of a lost civilization, or something far older, these organisms remind us of a humbling reality, that life on Earth may not have begun here, and it may not end with us. Deep below Antarctica's frozen surface lies a hidden world of water and warmth, a network of subglacial lakes and rivers that should not exist in the coldest place on Earth. For decades, scientists believed the continent was a solid block of ice resting on rock, locked in a perpetual deep freeze. But radar imaging and seismic mapping shattered that illusion. Beneath the glacial crust, they discovered entire liquid ecosystems, vast, dark lakes sealed off for millions of years, connected by flowing channels of meltwater, and in some cases, chambers of inexplicable heat. What they found their challenges not only our understanding of geology, but also the very story of life and civilization on this planet. The most famous of these hidden bodies of water is Lake Vostok, a massive freshwater reservoir buried under 5 miles of ice. It's one of the largest lakes on Earth, roughly the size of Lake Ontario, and it's been isolated for more than 15 million years. Temperatures within the lake remain well below freezing, yet its waters are liquid, kept warm by heat radiating from below. Officially, that warmth is explained by geothermal activity and pressure. But some of the readings are too high, too localized, to fit that model. Certain areas of Lake Vostok emit intense magnetic fields and thermal spikes detectable from orbit, as though something beneath the lake generates or channels energy deliberately. The anomalies didn't stop there. When Russian scientists first drilled into the lake in 2012, they expected a simple confirmation of microbial life, primitive bacteria that had adapted to extreme conditions. Instead, they found something far stranger. The samples contained organisms with DNA that did not match any known taxonomy, life forms that seemed alien or possibly engineered. These discoveries were quietly published, then quickly retracted, with officials citing sample contamination. But the original data remains. Entire sequences of unknown genetic material retrieved from one of the most isolated environments on Earth. In the years that followed, more subglacial lakes were found. Lake Whillans, Lake Mercer, Lake Ellsworth, and dozens of smaller ones connected through tunnels of liquid water. Together, they form what some researchers now call a subglacial hydrological network, stretching for thousands of miles beneath the continent. It's a vast, unseen ocean system, teeming with microbial life, mineral-rich sediments, and heat sources that no one can fully explain. But as new radar scans revealed cavernous voids filled with warm air and liquid water, speculation turned towards something more extraordinary. Could these hidden zones shelter not just microbes, but the ruins of ancient structures, perhaps even an entire city frozen beneath the lakes? The idea may sound fantastical, but geological data supports the possibility. Beneath the ice, sensors have recorded symmetrical shapes and vertical walls, echoing the outlines of artificial construction. In several regions, sonar imaging has revealed straight edges and circular formations lie on the lake beds, patterns that resemble architecture rather than geology. "It looks like infrastructure," said one anonymous engineer who reviewed leaked radar imagery. "It's as if we're mapping the foundations of something built long before the ice formed." Perhaps even more perplexing are the magnetic anomalies concentrated around Lake Vostok. Satellite magnetometers consistently register energy readings inconsistent with natural geology, localized magnetic fields powerful enough to interfere with navigation systems. Some analysts have suggested this could be caused by ferromagnetic minerals. Others propose something far stranger, the remnants of a technological grid or even an active energy source sealed beneath the ice. When compared with NASA's radar data from 2016, the alignment of these magnetic hotspots appears to follow a deliberate geometric pattern, forming a hexagonal lattice beneath the lake center. Officially, governments dismiss such claims as conspiracy theories. But behind the scenes, security restrictions on certain regions have increased dramatically. Portions of East Antarctica surrounding Lake Vostok are now designated as restricted zones, off limits to all but a handful of approved scientific teams. Satellite imaging of the area has been blurred in some public databases, and access requests from independent researchers are frequently denied for environmental protection reasons. The result is a wall of secrecy around the very regions where these anomalies are most intense. Some whistleblowers claim that the so-called environmental restrictions are a cover for ongoing excavations. Leaked communications allegedly show that joint U.S. Russian teams have been conducting deep ice drilling far beyond what is publicly acknowledged. Their goal: to access subglacial caverns believed to contain metallic artifacts or machinery buried within the bedrock. According to one leak, these caverns emit low-frequency electromagnetic pulses detectable by orbiting satellites. The signals repeat at regular intervals, like a beacon or a heartbeat. If these claims are true, they could tie into one of Antarctica's oldest and strangest mysteries, the Wasteland anomaly, a massive circular disturbance detected by NASA's GRACE satellites in 2006. Stretching more than 300 kilometers across, the anomaly lies directly beneath a thick ice sheet east of Lake Vostok. Scientists initially interpreted it as an asteroid impact crater, but new data suggests it's far denser than the surrounding crust, possibly metallic in composition. Some have speculated it could be the remnant of an ancient structure, a buried fortress, or machine still generating heat and magnetic flux. Even mainstream researchers acknowledge that the continent's heat map doesn't make sense. Satellite thermal imaging shows patches of unexpected warmth beneath the ice, areas hundreds of miles apart, yet sharing nearly identical temperature gradients. These hot zones often coincide with known lake systems, hinting that the water may be circulating around a deeper, hidden heat source. Could this be volcanic activity, as scientists insist? Or could it be something else? Perhaps remnants of advanced technology still functioning beneath the continent? One of the most unsettling discoveries came from a 2018 radar survey conducted by a European research consortium. Their instruments detected a vast, dome-like cavity beneath 4 miles of ice near Lake Mercer. The cavity's interior temperature was significantly higher than the surrounding environment, and its reflective surfaces suggested either hollow rock or metallic walls. When the data was released, the explanation was muted: unusual geothermal flux. But privately, several members of the team admitted the readings didn't match any known geothermal pattern. One scientist described it as the signature of a controlled environment. Such controlled environments could explain the stability of liquid water in Antarctica's subglacial network. In most regions, the pressure alone wouldn't be enough to maintain liquid state. Yet these lakes persist, their temperature carefully balanced, their ecosystem stable over millennia. If the warmth doesn't come from the planet's core, could it come from artificial systems built long before recorded history? Ancient legends often describe gods or advanced beings who retreated beneath the waters after a great cataclysm. The Sumerians wrote of the Apkallu, divine sages who lived in the deep and emerged only to restore knowledge to humankind. The Egyptians spoke of the underworld of the south, a realm of light beneath the ice. Even the Hopi elders of North America tell their ancestors' survival in subterranean chambers during the world's previous destruction. Across cultures, the myth of hidden refuges beneath the surface persists. Could Antarctica's warm lakes and tunnels be the real-world origin of these stories? Ancient sanctuaries built to withstand a catastrophe that ended the previous age? Some researchers suggest that these underground lakes could serve as biological archives, preserving not only life but the technology of the civilization that created them. If the structures beneath the ice were indeed built by intelligent beings, whether human or something else, they might contain storage chambers filled with data, artifacts, or even preserved genetic material. The energy readings could be remnants of those systems still running, like ancient servers humming in the dark, their purpose long forgotten. Imagine, for a moment, what could lie in those black waters. Crystalline vaults glowing with faint blue light, structures powered by geothermal energy or electromagnetic resonance, their corridors sealed since before recorded history. Machines that hum softly beneath the ice, not dead but dormant, waiting for the right conditions, the right temperature, the right cosmic alignment to awaken again. And now, as the world warms and the Antarctic glaciers retreat, we may be nearing that moment. Each year, new lakes appear as meltwater floods ancient tunnels. Heat signatures intensify. Pressure readings fluctuate. The system is stirring. Scientists celebrate these findings as insights into climate change, unaware, or perhaps unwilling to admit, that they might be witnessing the reactivation of something designed to remain hidden. If there truly are warm zones and subglacial chambers beneath the ice, then Antarctica is not the dead continent we imagine. It is alive, breathing slowly, its heart beating beneath miles of frozen time. And when the last barrier of ice collapses, humanity may finally glimpse the truth, that we were never first to harness the Earth's power, never the first to build, never the first to fall. The subglacial lakes of Antarctica are more than just anomalies of nature. They're the threshold to an ancient secret, the shimmering surface above a depth that could rewrite the entire story of civilization. What sleeps in those dark waters may not just belong to Earth's past, but to its destiny. The deeper scientists venture into Antarctica's frozen heart, the more they uncover phenomena that refuse to fit within the boundaries of known science. For decades, the continent was considered a geological dead zone, an ancient wasteland buried beneath ice, silent and inert. But as technology advanced, researchers began detecting something deeply unsettling. Mysterious energy emissions, powerful yet invisible, radiating from specific points beneath the ice. These emissions, electromagnetic bursts, neutrino anomalies, and subatomic fluxes, hint at processes unlike anything occurring naturally on Earth. To some, they are merely quirks of geology or magnetism. To others, they are evidence that Antarctica is not just a frozen desert. It is active, alive with energy from an ancient or extraterrestrial source. The first whispers of these anomalies began in the late 1980s, when magnetic surveys conducted by U.S. and Soviet research teams picked up erratic signals near the Gamburtsev mountain range, a subglacial formation roughly the size of the Alps buried deep under the ice. The readings were strange, massive fluctuations in electromagnetic fields, pulsing in intervals too regular to be geological. At first, scientists assumed equipment malfunction, but when multiple instruments recorded identical data at the same time, the error theory collapsed. What they had detected was real, and it was moving. The anomaly seemed to migrate across the mountains over several months, following a path that defied tectonic logic. Its electromagnetic frequency oscillated between ranges consistent with low-level radio transmission and those used by radar systems. It was as though something beneath the ice was signaling. One Soviet geophysicist later wrote in a personal journal smuggled out after the fall of the USSR. We were forbidden to publish, but everyone on the team knew this was not a natural phenomenon. In the 1990s, as satellite technology improved, similar emissions were recorded by NASA's Polar Satellite Program. High-energy bursts were detected rising from Antarctica and shooting upward into space. Short-lived, concentrated blasts of radiation originating miles below the surface. They appeared randomly, often in geometric clusters, forming triangular or hexagonal patterns when mapped. To the scientific establishment, these were categorized as terrestrial gamma-ray flashes caused by lightning storms in the upper atmosphere. But independent physicists noted that the Antarctic emissions occurred in clear sky conditions, with no lightning anywhere near the detection zones. Moreover, the frequency patterns didn't match those of natural discharges. They resembled controlled pulses, as if generated by machinery. Then came one of the most baffling discoveries in modern physics, the Antarctic neutrino anomaly. In 2016 and again in 2018, researchers at the IceCube Neutrino Observatory, an array of detectors buried deep within Antarctica's ice, recorded high-energy neutrinos traveling upward through the Earth. Neutrinos are subatomic particles that rarely interact with matter, usually passing through planets unhindered. The detected events, however, defied all known models. The neutrinos seemed to be emerging from beneath the Antarctic surface, as though something inside the planet, or under the ice, was generating them. Mainstream scientists struggled to explain it. Some proposed the existence of exotic particles, or new physics beyond the standard model. Others suggested dark matter interactions. But none could explain why the signals were localized specifically to Antarctica. Conspiracy researchers drew their own conclusions. The neutrino emissions were not natural at all. They were artificial signatures, the byproduct of energy systems still active beneath the ice, perhaps remnants of an ancient technology buried deep within the Earth's crust. The data became even more mysterious when correlated with gravitational anomalies detected by the gray satellites. These satellites, designed to map variations in Earth's gravity field, reveal concentrated mass irregularities beneath the Wilkes Land region, the same area where magnetic and thermal anomalies had already been observed. The readings were so intense that NASA initially classified them as potential asteroid impact remnants. Yet subsequent analysis found no evidence of crater rim or ejecta field. Instead, the data suggested a dense metallic core roughly 300 kilometers wide and thousands of meters below the ice, too structured to be a random geological formation. If it wasn't an asteroid, what was it? One hypothesis gaining quiet traction among independent geophysicists is that these anomalies represent the remains, or perhaps the reactor core, of a massive energy system, possibly the power source of an ancient civilization. The concept may sound outlandish, but the physics support it. The magnetic and neutrino data suggest the presence of an energy process involving both electromagnetic and subatomic emissions, possibly a fusion-like reaction contained within an artificial structure. Some have likened it to a planetary capacitor, a system designed to store and regulate Earth's electromagnetic energy. Ancient mythologies seem to describe something similar. The Egyptians spoke of a black sun hidden beneath the earth, the source of all power and renewal. The Vedic texts describe Agni, the fire within the world, guarded by gods who dwell beneath the poles. Even the Hopi legends speak of an underworld heart that beats beneath the ground, keeping the planet alive. Could these myths be symbolic memories of a real technology, an ancient energy network once maintained by beings who understood how to harness the planet's natural forces? Supporting evidence for this theory comes from unexpected sources. Several high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft flying over Antarctica during the early 2000s reported unexplained interference with their electrical systems while passing over certain coordinates in East Antarctica. Pilots described instruments flickering, magnetic compasses spinning uncontrollably, and in some cases, temporary loss of radio communication. These disturbances corresponded exactly with the locations of known magnetic anomalies and neutrino detections. Whatever was causing them seemed to be interacting directly with electromagnetic fields in the atmosphere. Further intrigue came in 2019, when seismic instruments recorded a series of rhythmic vibrations emanating from the continent's interior, pulses repeating every 21 minutes, too regular to be tectonic. The amplitude of these pulses increased slightly with each recurrence, as though a vast machine were slowly reactivating after eons of dormancy. While the official explanation labeled them as ice quakes, the patterns bore uncanny similarity to electromagnetic oscillations used in modern resonant energy systems. If Antarctica once hosted a civilization capable of manipulating energy at the planetary level, this could explain the continent's enduring secrecy. The Antarctic Treaty, the militarization of certain research zones, and the global ban on independent exploration all make sense if something buried beneath the ice still poses an existential threat, or a potential technological treasure. Governments may fear that exposure or tampering could destabilize the planet's magnetic field, or worse, awaken a system designed to operate only under precise conditions. Some researchers propose that this ancient energy source might even explain Earth's periodic cataclysms. Perhaps the mysterious pole shifts described in geological records were not random, but triggered by fluctuations in a vast subglacial power network. If the system malfunctioned or was deliberately deactivated, it could have altered the planet's electromagnetic balance, shifting the crust and causing global flooding and climate chaos. The Younger Dryas cataclysm, which froze Antarctica 12 millennia ago, might have been a direct result of such a breakdown. Of course, to the mainstream, these ideas remain fringe speculation. Official reports continue to describe the anomalies as mere byproducts of geology and physics. Yet behind the scenes, scientific agencies pour billions into research focused solely on Antarctic energy mapping, particularly studies involving neutrino flux, plasma resonance, and geomagnetic coupling. Such sustained interest in one of the world's most inaccessible regions suggests that the mystery is far from solved. If the energy readings beneath Antarctica truly are artificial, then the implications are staggering. It would mean that humanity's predecessors, whether ancient humans, an unknown species, or visitors from beyond, achieved a mastery of physics we are only beginning to comprehend. Their legacy might still be operating today, pulsing quietly beneath the ice, maintaining some forgotten equilibrium that allows life to flourish on this planet. Imagine, for a moment, that deep beneath the frozen waste lies a vast, spherical chamber of obsidian-like metal, humming with residual power, its walls etched with fractal geometry, its core still glowing with energy. Perhaps it was once a stabilizer, a planetary heart designed to keep Earth's climate and magnetic field balanced. Perhaps it failed or was shut down when its creators vanished. And now, as global temperatures rise and the ice retreats, its systems are awakening, releasing subtle waves of energy that scientists mistake for random noise. If so, the mysterious energy emissions of Antarctica are not just anomalies, they are messages, pulses from an ancient mechanism buried beneath our feet, calling out across time, waiting for us to remember how to listen. In 2018, scientists working with the Antarctic Impulsive Transit Antenna, ANITA, a NASA high-altitude balloon experiment designed to detect cosmic rays, stumbled upon one of the most inexplicable discoveries in modern physics. They weren't searching for ancient ruins, lost civilizations, or anything remotely conspiratorial. Their mission was purely astrophysical. Yet, what ANITA found seemed to defy the very laws of reality. From deep beneath Antarctica's ice, particles were detected moving upward, rising from the Earth instead of falling into it. These weren't ordinary cosmic rays or atmospheric reflections. They were high-energy particles that, by all known physics, should not exist. The findings sent shockwaves through the scientific community. Normally, cosmic rays, mostly protons and atomic nuclei, strike Earth from space and scatter particles downward through the atmosphere. But ANITA's antennas picked up signals of ultra-high-energy tau neutrinos emerging from the frozen continent, traveling in the wrong direction, as if something inside the Earth or under the Antarctic ice was generating them. The implications were staggering. If the data were correct, it meant one of two things. Either new physics beyond the standard model had been discovered, or something artificial beneath Antarctica was producing the emissions deliberately. NASA publicly downplayed the anomaly, labeling it an intriguing mystery and suggesting possible experimental errors. Yet subsequent detections confirmed the event. Twice, ANITA recorded identical signals, months apart, at coordinates that aligned closely with known subglacial anomalies near the Wilkes Land region, the same area already associated with massive magnetic and gravitational disturbances. In 2019, data from the IceCube Neutrino Observatory, an array of sensors embedded deep within the Antarctic ice sheet, confirmed the findings. High-energy particles were indeed emerging from below. Whatever was happening under the ice wasn't random. It was systematic. To the public, this was merely an odd curiosity. But to certain defense and research agencies, it triggered immediate alarm. Leaked internal memos from the U.S. Department of Defense reportedly referenced unexplained energetic events originating beneath Antarctic crustal mass, warning that continued emissions may signify an active subterranean system. What kind of system could produce neutrinos powerful enough to pass through thousands of miles of solid rock and emerge through the surface? Natural explanations fell apart one by one. There were no volcanoes, no reactors, no known cosmic events beneath the ice. That left only two options: an unknown natural mechanism or a technological source. Some physicists proposed that the events could be caused by the decay of sterile neutrinos, hypothetical particles that interact only via gravity, evidence of a parallel universe or alternate dimension. Others began to whisper that the signals might not be from a natural world at all, but from something intelligent, a transmission or even a defense system buried within the Antarctic crust. The strange upward trajectories, they suggested, might not represent random emissions but directed bursts, perhaps meant to discharge energy or communicate with something beyond our understanding. Whichever the case, the anomaly was undeniable, and it was not alone. Around the same time, a separate study conducted by the European Space Agency recorded infrared plumes emanating from the same coordinates. These heat signatures were too intense to be geothermal, yet too isolated to be atmospheric. A journalist from a scientific publication later revealed that the data had been quietly censored before public release. "It's as if someone decided," she said anonymously, "that we weren't ready to know what's really down there." Following the ANITA detections, the area of Wilkes Land was reclassified as a restricted flight zone under the Antarctic Treaty's environmental provisions. Civilian aircraft were banned from flying overhead, and satellite imaging of the sector became increasingly incomplete. For those tracking the mystery, this was no coincidence. It was a containment protocol. If there truly was an energy source or reactor beneath the ice, governments would do everything possible to keep it secret. Independent researchers began cross-referencing Anita's coordinates with other anomalies, radar scans, magnetic irregularities, and even historical expeditions. The overlaps were chilling. The neutrino burst seemed to originate from near the center of the Wilkes land crater, a depression long suspected to be either the impact site of a massive asteroid or the entrance to something artificial. Beneath this region lies an estimated mass concentration, or mascon. Unlike any other on Earth, dense, circular, and metallic, it is, in every measurable way, an anomaly that defies natural formation. What if the Anita neutrinos were not the product of decay, but the exhaust, the energy leakage of a buried machine? Such a system might not operate continuously. It could lie dormant for centuries, activating only at certain intervals when conditions, magnetic, cosmic, or planetary, align. Each neutrino burst could represent a calibration, a pulse from an ancient reactor or transmission array, still functioning deep beneath the ice. There is precedent for such thinking in ancient myth. Many cultures speak of the heart of the world, a radiant core that once sustained life and balance on Earth but was later hidden or sealed away. In Norse cosmology, this was a forge of Ymir, the heart of the first giant, encased in ice. The Hopi described an underground firehouse of the gods, whose reopening would mark the world's renewal. Even the Egyptian Book of the Dead refers to the Gate of the South, where the sun is born from beneath the earth. These legends, dismissed as metaphors, might instead describe real mechanisms, energy centers built or maintained by an ancient civilization that understood how to harness planetary resonance. Physicists studying the neutrino events noticed something else equally baffling: the timing. The emissions appear to follow a recurring cycle roughly every 27 hours, slightly longer than Earth's rotational period. This pattern didn't match cosmic sources, but it did align with tidal stress fluctuations beneath the Antarctic crust. It's as if the buried mechanism responds to gravitational alignment, like a heartbeat syncing with the moon. Could this be coincidence? Or could it indicate that the system beneath the ice interacts with Earth's natural rhythms, stabilizing or manipulating them in ways we can't yet comprehend? Some analysts fear that recent climate shifts may be affecting the buried structure. As the ice melts and pressure distribution changes, the equilibrium that has kept the mechanism dormant for millennia may be destabilizing. The increase in neutrino bursts and heat signatures could represent an awakening, a reactivation of systems designed to operate under conditions that no longer exist. If so, the world's rapid warming might be triggering a feedback response from whatever lies below. The implications are staggering. If Antarctica hides a power source, a reactor, a dimensional gate, or even a communication array, then its reactivation could alter Earth's magnetic field, atmospheric charge, and perhaps even space-time itself. Could this explain the recent increase in global magnetic drift as the North Pole races unpredictably across the Arctic Ocean? Is the planet responding to, or being influenced by, something ancient reawakening beneath its southern counterpart? Officially, governments and scientists remain silent. Anita's research continues, but new findings are delayed, heavily redacted, or released with ambiguous phrasing. The project's current director, when asked in an interview whether there was anything artificial about the neutrino signals, smiled nervously and replied, "Let's just say we're exploring all possibilities." Meanwhile, the IceCube facility has expanded its detectors, reaching deeper into the ice than ever before. According to unverified sources, new data suggests that the neutrino events are increasing both in frequency and in energy output. The bursts are growing stronger, more defined, and more patterned, as if approaching crescendo. One researcher reportedly called them the countdown pulses. If this theory holds true, the so-called Anita anomaly may not be an isolated event at all, but part of a sequence, a signal building toward something. Whether that something is an awakening, a transmission, or an uncontrolled release remains unknown. But one fact is undeniable. The energy coming from beneath Antarctica is not random, not geological, and not silent. It has rhythm, structure, and intent. Perhaps the ancients who once lived there understood what slept beneath the ice. Perhaps their temples, myths, and warnings were not superstition but reminders, instructions for a future age that would once again awaken the power buried at the end of the world. And now, as humanity drills deeper, scans further, and melts the ice faster than ever before, we may be approaching the threshold they tried to seal forever. What Anita detected may not just be physics. It may be a heartbeat, the pulse of an ancient engine beneath the ice, slow and steady, waiting for the moment when the world is ready to remember what it is and why it was buried. In every age, there are discoveries so vast, so paradigm-shattering, that governments and institutions move heaven and earth to bury them. Antarctica may be home to one such secret. As whispers of radar anomalies, neutrino emissions, and buried structures began to spread across the scientific community, a quiet but powerful information lockdown took shape, an operation designed not only to suppress physical access to the continent's most mysterious regions, but also to erase the digital and historical record of what might already have been found. What began as scientific curiosity soon became a Cold War concealment, with agencies, corporations, and even international treaties working together to protect the most guarded secret on Earth: the truth about what lies beneath the ice. The first signs of the cover-up were subtle. Academic papers quietly retracted, expeditions canceled without explanation, data servers suddenly wiped. Then the restrictions became overt. In 2004, a team of British scientists scheduled to conduct an airborne radar survey over East Antarctica had their flight abruptly grounded. The official reason? Unstable atmospheric conditions. Yet satellite data from the same period showed clear skies. The real reason, according to one pilot involved, was that the flight path intersected a classified zone near the Gamburtsev Mountains, an area known for anomalous heat signatures and unusual radar reflections. "We were told those coordinates were off-limits," the pilot later said, "not for safety, but for security." This was not an isolated case. Over the next decade, multiple research missions, American, Russian, Chinese, and European, reported sudden, unexplained cancellations, often just as they were preparing to drill or scan in restricted sectors. Several scientists claimed they were pressured to alter their findings before publication. "We were told that certain data sets were statistically unreliable," recalled one glaciologist from the University of Tasmania. "But those were the very readings that showed non-geological formations." Others described visits from intelligence officers who confiscated hard drives, citing national security protocols. "It wasn't about contamination or safety," one researcher whispered. "It was about what we found." At the heart of this global blackout stands the Antarctic Treaty System. Signed in 1959 and expanded in the decade since. Publicly, it is celebrated as a model of international cooperation, preserving Antarctica for peaceful scientific use. Yet buried in the treaty's legal language is a series of clauses allowing any signatory nation to invoke defense interests or environmental safeguards to restrict activity or withhold data. These vague terms provide a perfect smokescreen for secrecy. They allow any discovery deemed potentially destabilizing to be classified indefinitely without public disclosure or even acknowledgement. One particularly telling example came in 2016 when the European Space Agency announced that its Cryosat-2 satellite had detected subsurface mass irregularities beneath East Antarctica. The data was briefly posted online, then removed within 24 hours. A week later, a sanitized report replaced it, omitting all references to non-geological density patterns. When pressed, ESA officials claimed a data processing error, but leaked internal memos revealed that the irregularities corresponded precisely with the Wilkes Land anomaly, the same region linked to strange heat emissions, radar reflections, and the infamous neutrino burst recorded by Anita. As the pattern of suppression became impossible to ignore, whistleblowers from within both scientific and intelligence circles began to speak out, often anonymously, often at great risk. One of the earliest was Dr. Leonid Petrova, a Russian geophysicist who participated in the Lake Vostok drilling project. In a leaked 2013 interview, he claimed that his team had uncovered structural formations beneath the ice that appeared artificial, smooth walls, right angles, and what he described as metallic echoes when sonar waves struck them. Days after his statement surfaced online, the video was removed and Petrova disappeared from public record. His university later announced his retirement due to health concerns. Another leak emerged from the United States in 2019, when a contractor working on satellite telemetry for NASA's Polar Research Division released a cache of encrypted documents. Among them were references to Project Perseus, a joint intelligence scientific initiative focused on containment of subglacial energetic phenomena. The files described an ongoing observation grid monitoring magnetic fluctuations and radiation emissions under Antarctica, particularly in the vicinity of Wilkes Land and the South Pole. One memo, chilling in its brevity, read, "Observation continues. Energy output increasing. Containment priority remains at level Omega." Within hours of the leak, the documents were scrubbed from the web, and the whistleblower's account was deleted. Even journalists who attempted to investigate found themselves blocked at every turn. A 2020 report by an independent European news outlet detailed attempts to access satellite archives showing changes in Antarctic ice depth. Days before publication, the outlet's website went offline in a massive cyber attack traced to unknown origins. When the story resurfaced months later, it had been heavily edited, stripped of all references to energy emissions, subglacial anomalies, or restricted research zones. One editor later confessed, "We were told to stop. No one told us why, just that it was bigger than climate data." What could justify such coordinated suppression? If Antarctica's mysteries were purely geological, they would represent a scientific triumph, not a security threat. The only plausible explanation is that the discoveries beneath the ice hold implications so profound, technological, historical, or existential, that revealing them would upend not just science, but global power structures themselves. If the continent truly conceals remnants of an advanced civilization or an active energy system, controlling that information would mean controlling the narrative of human origin. There are hints that major governments are not merely suppressing knowledge, but studying and perhaps exploiting it. Satellite monitoring of Antarctica has revealed a growing number of classified installations near key anomaly sites. Though officially described as meteorological stations or communications relays, these facilities are surrounded by security perimeters, heat sources, and underground entrances large enough for cargo vehicles. Some analysts believe they house research into reverse-engineered technology recovered from beneath the ice, fragments of machinery, alloys, or biological material too advanced to be of human manufacture. The veil of secrecy extends beyond physical operations to information warfare. Since the early 2010s, online discussions about Antarctica's anomalies have been systematically targeted by disinformation campaigns. Forums and independent researchers reporting on satellite irregularities have been flooded with fake accounts spreading absurd theories to drown out legitimate analysis. Algorithms bury credible investigations under waves of ridicule. Even major search engines quietly delist sources discussing the subject. The result is a digital fog, a web of confusion, ensuring that truth and fantasy blur until neither can be distinguished. And yet, some cracks remain in the wall. In 2021, a small cluster of independent data analysts uncovered satellite images showing what appear to be heat plumes and geometric shadows beneath a rapidly melting section of the Totten Glacier. Within 48 hours, the imagery was removed, but not before copies spread through encrypted networks. Those who examined the files described structures resembling hexagonal plates or domes arranged in symmetrical formation. The coordinates? Less than 500 miles from the Wilkes Land anomaly. The suppression, however, is not just about hiding the evidence. It may also be about preventing activation. Multiple leak cables between U.S. and European defense agencies reference the potential energetic instability of subglacial systems, warning that tampering or drilling in certain regions could compromise global magnetic coherence. In other words, whatever lies beneath the ice might still be functional and dangerous. The cover-up, then, is not merely a conspiracy of silence, but one of containment. Still, the question remains, containment of what? Ancient technology? Extraterrestrial machinery? A sleeping biological force? The answers may lie in the classified archives of Operation High Jump, Project Perseus, or the modern Deep Sleep Initiative referenced in intelligence leaks. But until those documents are declassified, we are left with fragments, disconnected shards of truth emerging through the cracks in the ice. Perhaps the greatest irony of all is that the cover-up itself may one day ensure the secret exposure. As climate change accelerates and the Antarctic ice continues to melt, no amount of censorship can stop the physical revelation of what lies below. Nature itself is unsealing the vault. And when the truth finally surfaces, when the walls of secrecy collapse beneath the weight of discovery, the world will realize that the greatest conspiracy was never just to hide the past. It was to delay the future. Every mystery, no matter how deeply buried, eventually draws the attention of the powerful. For centuries, explorers, scientists, and mystics have been drawn to Antarctica by whispers of its secrets. But in the shadows of their expeditions, a different kind of explorer has always followed: the elite. Hidden from public view, a network of global power brokers, military leaders, corporate magnates, and secret societies has quietly shaped the continent's modern history. Beneath the banners of science and environmentalism, they have carved out a presence in the frozen South, not for discovery, but for possession. For them, Antarctica is not just a mystery. It is the ultimate prize, the key to humanity's past and perhaps its future. The roots of this covert dominion trace back to the late 1940s, in the aftermath of World War II. When Admiral Byrd returned from Operation High Jump Shaken and Silent, his reports were swiftly classified. Behind the scenes, however, those documents circulated among select government and industrial circles. They spoke not only of mysterious phenomena beneath the ice, but also of unidentified structures of extraordinary precision. Within months, private defense contractors began lobbying for exclusive research rights in the region. Among them were familiar names: Lockheed, Boeing, Siemens, companies that had built the machinery of war and now saw control of what might become the machinery of the future. By the 1950s, the secret had grown too large for any single nation to manage. The Antarctic Treaty of 1959, publicly celebrated as a triumph of peace, was, according to certain declassified memos, the result of panic. The world's most powerful nations, America, the Soviet Union, the United Kingdom, and others, had all encountered something extraordinary in Antarctica: radar echoes, magnetic disturbances, perhaps even ruins. Rather than risk confrontation or revelation, they agreed to a pact of silence, dividing the continent into research zones while forbidding military conflict. Yet the treaty's subtext was clear: whatever lay beneath the ice was not to be claimed, and above all, not to be revealed. As the decades passed, this uneasy cooperation evolved into a web of clandestine alliances. Intelligence agencies like the CIA, MI6, and the KGB began coordinating under shared scientific fronts, funneling resources into joint research initiatives that were, in truth, covert reconnaissance missions. Private corporations soon followed, funding expeditions under guise of resource exploration. Officially, the Protocol on Environmental Protection to the Antarctic Treaty, 1991, banned mineral extraction. Unofficially, certain sectors, those closest to magnetic and thermal anomalies, saw unprecedented construction activity: hidden bunkers, underground labs, and heavily guarded airstrips. Then came the corporate takeover. In the 21st century, as governments faced economic crises and shifting priorities, private entities filled the void. Energy conglomerates, biotechnology firms, and defense contractors quietly began sponsoring Antarctic research through proxy organizations. Names like Raytheon Polar Services, Leidos, and DynCorp, companies with long histories of classified military contracts, became a logistical lifeline for nearly every expedition. To the public, they provided support for scientific stations. To insiders, they maintained control of access routes, communications, and, most critically, data flow. Every radar scan, every ice core result, every satellite transmission passed through their servers before reaching publication. Nothing left Antarctica without being filtered, redacted, or archived in secure databases accessible only to those with clearance far above government level. At the same time, whispers of private expeditions began to surface. Billionaires with a taste of the forbidden, men like Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, and unnamed European aristocrats, reportedly financed off-record missions into restricted zones. Their motivations varied: curiosity, profit, or perhaps a deeper knowledge of what truly awaited them beneath the ice. In 2018, a Norwegian logistics company contracted to deliver scientific cargo to a remote section of East Antarctica reported an unusual shipment. 12 containers of reinforced titanium, each filled with precision drilling equipment and experimental power sources. The delivery was ordered by an undisclosed private consortium. Months later, the company's staff were silenced under non-disclosure agreements and their records erased from maritime logs. The spiritual elite have long had their eyes on Antarctica as well. Esoteric orders like the Freemasons, the Rosicrucians, and the modern-day Knights of Malta have all maintained symbolic ties to the polar regions, viewing them as gateways to hidden knowledge. In 2007, a small delegation of religious and political figures, including a high-ranking Vatican official, visited the continent on what was described as an environmental pilgrimage. Yet multiple insiders later claimed the group's destination was not an ice shelf, but a restricted cavern near the Queen Maud Mountains, an area long rumored to contain an entrance to vast subglacial tunnels. What exactly was seen there remains unknown. But within a year, the Vatican announced the digitization and classification of several thousand ancient manuscripts, sealing them from public access. The convergence of corporate power, government secrecy, and occult symbolism around Antarctica forms a chilling pattern. Every few years, key figures from politics, industry, and science gather for private conferences under the banner of climate cooperation. But those familiar with the inner workings of these circles claim that such meetings serve another purpose: to coordinate the management of Antarctica's hidden technologies. According to leaked briefing notes from one such summit, coded as a Polaris directive, participants discussed energy anomalies of strategic potential, as well as ethical contingencies regarding public disclosure. The notes end with an ominous phrase: Phase 2 requires silence until stabilization is confirmed. But who exactly orchestrates this silence? Some researchers point to a transnational group often referred to simply as a consortium, a coalition of government representatives, defense executives, and members of ancient secret societies whose influence transcends borders. The consortium allegedly oversees all classified Antarctic operations, deciding what discoveries are revealed and what remains hidden. It maintains facilities both on the continent and abroad, including a rumored command base beneath the Amundsen Scott's South Pole Station. This South Node facility, as it's called in leaked communications, is said to house a deep-access elevator descending several kilometers below the surface, directly into the crust. There are darker rumors still. Some claim that the consortium's interest in Antarctica is not merely archaeological or scientific, but spiritual. They believe that the continent harbors an energy source, possibly connected to the neutrino emissions detected by Anita, that can influence consciousness itself. The idea echoes ancient myth, the navel of the world, a point where heaven and earth meet, granting power to those who control it. A few whistleblowers have gone further, suggesting that rituals involving electromagnetic resonance and sound frequencies have been performed near subglacial anomalies, an attempt to communicate with whatever intelligence may have once ruled beneath the ice. Whatever the truth, the public narrative remains tightly controlled. Any mention of Antarctica's elite connection is quickly dismissed as conspiracy theory, yet the financial trails are there for those who follow them. Billions of dollars funneled through polar research foundations, logistics firms with classified contracts, and philanthropic initiatives linked to global think tanks. Even the world's most powerful environmental organizations, ostensibly dedicated to preservation, receive quiet funding from corporations that profit from secrecy. The deeper one looks, the clearer it becomes. Antarctica is not a frontier of exploration. It is a fortress of control. But why such relentless control? The answer may lie in the fear of what uncontrolled discovery could unleash. If the technology beneath the ice is indeed real, if it can manipulate energy, time, or even consciousness, it represents both ultimate power and ultimate peril. In the wrong hands, it could destabilize the world. Yet those who guard it may not intend to share it at all. The consortium's goal, according to insiders, is to use the technology not for the betterment of humanity, but to ensure their dominion over it, to maintain their status as gatekeepers of reality itself. In this sense, Antarctica has become the perfect symbol of elite secrecy, remote, inaccessible, and shrouded in law. It is a blank canvas upon which the powerful can project their ambitions without scrutiny. To them, It is not the end of the world. It is the beginning of a new one, a cold utopia built on hidden truths and forbidden power. And yet, the ice is melting. The walls of secrecy, like the glaciers themselves, are thinning. As new satellite data, whistleblower leaks, and public curiosity converge, the consortium's control grows fragile. The very forces they tried to contain may soon resurface, bringing with them the reckoning they have feared for decades. When that day comes, the world will finally see Antarctica not as a lifeless wasteland, but as what has always been, the silent heart of civilization's oldest secret, and the stage upon which humanity's next chapter will be decided. By the dawn of the 21st century, the mysterious veil surrounding Antarctica had drawn not just governments and secret societies, but also the world's most advanced scientific and military technologies. Officially, these innovations were designed for environmental study and planetary science. Unofficially, they were aimed at probing the impenetrable depths of the continent's ice, searching for something buried far below, something ancient, immense, and incomprehensible. As radar, satellite, and deep seismic technologies advanced, they began to uncover patterns in the ice that no natural process could explain. Perfect geometric alignments, concentric rings of mass anomalies, and structured heat signatures emanating from beneath the crust. The discoveries that followed would change how scientists saw the Earth itself and what might dwell within it. It began with the development of ice-penetrating radar in the 1970s, refined by military engineers for use in the polar regions. The technology worked by sending electromagnetic pulses through ice and measuring their reflection from subsurface layers. At first, the results were mundane: glacial strata, buried mountains, and subglacial lakes. But as resolution improved, researchers started detecting anomalies that appeared too symmetrical to be natural. Some were arranged in triangular formations, others in perfect grids extending for miles. At the time, the data was dismissed as noise, interference, or instrument error. But decades later, when those early recordings were reprocessed with new AI algorithms, the errors revealed detailed structures, angles, walls, and corridors. Then came satellite gravimetry, a method of measuring minuscule variations in Earth's gravity field. When NASA's Gray satellite scanned Antarctica in 2002, they revealed something astonishing beneath East Antarctica: a massive circular gravitational anomaly, hundreds of kilometers wide and thousands of meters deep. Scientists initially theorized it was the remnant of an asteroid impact. But as more data accumulated, the shape appeared too precise, too layered. Unlike typical impact craters, it lacked a raised rim or debris field. Instead, it resembled a bowl or dome, as if something dense and metallic were embedded within the crust. This became known as the Wasteland anomaly, the largest and most enigmatic mass concentration ever detected on Earth. The anomaly's electromagnetic properties only deepened the mystery. When satellite magnetometers passed over the same region, they detected repeating waveforms, oscillations in the planet's magnetic field that mirrored signals produced by artificial energy sources. These waves were rhythmic, almost mechanical, like the faint hum of an engine operating deep below the surface. Data from different satellites confirmed the same phenomenon, yet the official explanation remained elusive. NASA labeled them polar magnetic harmonics, attributing them to complex interactions between the Earth's magnetic field and solar wind. But classified reports, later leaked, suggested otherwise. They described the signals as coherently structured emissions inconsistent with natural geomagnetic variation. Around the same time, experimental imaging technology, originally designed for Mars exploration, was quietly adapted for use over Antarctica. This ground-penetrating neutrino tomography allowed researchers to visualize density variations deep within the planet by tracking how neutrinos pass through matter. When aimed at Antarctica, the results were staggering. Beneath certain regions, the sensors revealed hollow networks, massive, interconnected chambers stretching for hundreds of miles, each roughly symmetrical in layout. Some appeared domed or terraced, while others displayed sharp angular geometry. If these were caves, they were unlike any natural formation ever documented. Publicly, scientists explained them as voids caused by geothermal activity or volcanic pockets. But several insiders disagreed. One physicist from a European Space Agency, speaking under the pseudonym R. claimed the voids displayed geometric fidelity far beyond random geological processes. When asked if they could be artificial, R hesitated. "If they are," he said, "then someone built them long before we walked this earth." Another wave of discoveries came with infrared mapping. As satellites scanned the polar regions for thermal data, they detected localized heat signatures beneath miles of ice. The heat sources weren't random. They followed organized patterns, concentrated along specific grid lines that corresponded eerily to the magnetic anomalies. In certain areas, such as the Gamburtsev subglacial mountains, the thermal signatures formed perfect linear alignments, like a buried power network or conduit system. Some emitted steady warmth, others pulsed intermittently, as if turning on and off. These pulses often coincided with spikes in the Anita neutrino detections and fluctuations in the Ice Cube Observatory's readings. The deeper researchers looked, the clearer it became that something beneath Antarctica was still active. To map the ice in higher fidelity, researchers turned to LIDAR and quantum radar, technology capable of penetrating not only ice but also mineral strata. The results, much of which remains classified, revealed a lattice of structures buried at varying depths. The largest was estimated to be nearly 100 kilometers in diameter, composed of intersecting hexagonal patterns radiating from a central point. Some analysts speculated that it might represent a buried city or complex, perhaps of alien or pre-human origin. Others, more cautious, suggested it could be a natural phenomenon mimicking design. But even the skeptics admitted, nature does not build in straight lines and perfect angles on this scale. Curiously, every time a new detection method revealed deeper layers, official reports appeared only briefly before being censored or redacted. In 2015, for instance, the European Cryosat mission briefly published a 3D ice penetration model showing vertical anomalies beneath the Dome Sea region, tower-like formations extending upward from the bedrock. Within 48 hours, the images were removed, replaced with a corrected map that flattened the structures entirely. When journalists questioned the retraction, ESA issued a cryptic statement. "Data integrity adjustments are ongoing. Please disregard earlier visualizations." The timing, however, coincided exactly with a sudden increase in restricted airspace across East Antarctica. Meanwhile, in secret, militaries around the world began investing heavily in polar sensor arrays, long-range detection systems capable of monitoring electromagnetic fluctuations beneath the continent. Ostensibly designed for tracking climate change, these arrays were positioned directly above known anomaly sites. In 2018, declassified budget reports revealed that the U.S. Department of Defense had allocated over $2 billion for Antarctic deep ground resonance mapping. No such data was ever published, suggesting the true findings were classified. It wasn't just the large-scale systems that raised eyebrows. In 2019, a joint team from Japan and Germany tested a quantum gravimeter, a device capable of detecting infinitesimal gravitational changes caused by underground mass movement. Their readings indicated subtle shifts beneath Wilkes Land, as though something massive was stirring. The gravimetric fluctuations repeated cyclically every 18 hours, perfectly synchronized with the neutrino bursts previously detected by Anita. It appeared that whatever lay beneath the ice was responding to cosmic or planetary rhythms, as though it were alive or somehow self-regulating. Some researchers began to connect the dots. The gravitational waves, the magnetic pulses, the neutrino emissions, the heat signatures, they all converged on the same locations. This wasn't a coincidence. The anomalies formed an intricate global network, suggesting that the buried structures under Antarctica might not be isolated. They could be part of a planetary system, connected through electromagnetic resonance with ancient sites like the pyramids of Giza, Stonehenge, and Machu Picchu. The same geometric alignments found in sacred architecture appeared mirrored in Antarctica's subglacial landscape. It was as if the planet itself had once been engineered to function as a unified energy grid, and Antarctica was the central hub. Modern AI analysis added yet another layer of intrigue. When deep learning models were trained to recognize natural versus artificial formations, the Antarctic anomalies consistently scored above 90% likelihood of artificial design. The algorithms identified recurring proportions, ratios linked to the golden mean 1:618, and pi, mathematical constants that define harmony in both art and nature but rarely occur in raw geology. These ratios match the dimensions of ancient monuments worldwide. The implication was staggering. Either the same mathematical intelligence guided both ancient builders and whatever constructed these Antarctic formations, or, perhaps more chillingly, they were one and the same. As these discoveries accumulated, whispers spread to the scientific underground of an ongoing classified mapping initiative, an international effort to build a complete 3D reconstruction of what lies beneath the ice using combined radar, gravimetric, and neutrino imaging. Insiders claimed that the model was nearing completion and that what it revealed would redefine the word civilization. According to one anonymous physicist involved in the project, the structure under Wilkes Land was a vault, a machine, and a city all at once, a geometry of function, not decoration. Of course, none of this has been acknowledged officially. Publicly, Antarctica remains a frontier of climate study and ice core sampling. But privately, an invisible race continues. One fought not for exploration, but for revelation. The instruments humanity has built to look into the stars are now being turned downward, into the depths of our own planet. And what their findings suggest that we are not the first to have done so. Each new wave of technology pulls back another layer of ice, another fragment of truth. Soon, the sensors will see it all. And when they do, the image that emerges may not show a lifeless world of ice, but a mirror, a reflection of an ancient intelligence, waiting patiently for us to rediscover it. The moment the first whispers of discovery reach the world's religious and esoteric institutions, a silent tremor of fear and fascination spread to the highest halls of spiritual power. For centuries, Antarctica had been nothing more than a geographical curiosity, a realm of ice, symbolizing purity and desolation. But as evidence mounted that something ancient, constructed, and possibly intelligent lay beneath the frozen surface, theologians and secret orders began to re-examine their scriptures and prophecies. To them, the implications were not merely scientific, they were apocalyptic. If the ruins beneath the ice predated humanity, or worse, had shaped it, then every doctrine of divine creation and human origin would have to be rewritten. The world's religions face an existential question. Whether the heavens and the gods described in sacred texts were not metaphors, but memories? Behind closed doors, the Vatican was among the first to act. In 2012, the Holy See announced the digitization of over 80,000 ancient manuscripts from its archives, many never seen by the public. Officially, the project was described as a preservation effort. Unofficially, insiders whispered that among the texts were scrolls referencing a land at the end of the earth, where angels descended and giants of the old world were entombed beneath ice. Some of these writings reportedly predated Christianity itself, copied from older sources preserved by early church scholars. The Vatican's sudden secrecy surrounding the project fueled speculation that the church had long known of a lost continent, and that the flood and fall myths of the Bible might trace their origins there. Then there was the visit of 2016. In December that year, Pope Francis made a highly unusual and unpublicized trip to the Southern Hemisphere, his itinerary including a private environmental inspection in Patagonia. However, flight tracking data and diplomatic leaks indicated that his aircraft made a detour, landing briefly at a Chilean military airstrip used for Antarctic logistics. 2 days later, the Pope delivered a cryptic sermon in Rome warning that the ancient deceiver still sleeps beneath the snow, waiting to be unbound. Those words, easily dismissed as allegory, echoed an older phrase from the Book of Enoch, a text excluded from the Bible, which describes the imprisonment of fallen angels in frozen places of the south until the time of judgment. The Vatican was not alone in its unease. The Eastern Orthodox Church, with its deep ties to ancient mysticism, quietly convened a synod in 2017 to discuss the theological implications of extraterrestrial or pre-human intelligence. Meanwhile, within the Islamic world, scholars revisited passages from the Quran describing beings before men, created from smokeless fire and imprisoned beneath the earth. In Hindu cosmology, the white island of the gods, Shvetadvipa, was described as a radiant land at the planet's pole, where divine beings retreated after the fall of the Golden Age. Even Tibetan lamas, keepers of the Shambhala prophecy, spoke of a hidden kingdom beneath ice and rock, accessible only to those whose consciousness had transcended illusion. Across faiths and traditions, a pattern emerged. Every religion had a memory of a southern sanctuary, a place of origin, exile, or imprisonment. As ancient texts were re-examined, a new interpretation began to take shape. Perhaps Antarctica was not a forgotten land, but the original Eden, the cradle of an advanced civilization whose fall became the template for all religious narratives. The angels could have been beings of light, advanced entities mistaken for divine messengers by early humans. The Nephilim, described as giants who mingled with mankind, might have been remnants or hybrids of that lost race. The flood and cataclysm stories found in every scripture could all refer to the same event, the sudden freezing of Antarctica, when the world was purged and reset. If this were true, then the ruins beneath the ice were not just physical relics. They were the tomb of creation itself, a frozen Genesis waiting to be rediscovered. Rumors of religious organizations sending covert expeditions to Antarctica began to surface around this time. In 2018, a Russian Orthodox delegation reportedly accompanied a military cargo flight to the continent, carrying with them ancient icons and relics. Officially, it was a ceremonial blessing for scientists at Vostok Station, but according to whistleblowers, their true purpose was to perform a ritual containment at a restricted site where electromagnetic readings had recently spiked. Similar stories circulated about Buddhist monks visiting a New Zealand base where they conducted chant intended to seal the gates of the underworld. Even the Vatican, according to declassified diplomatic cables, commissioned a Jesuit order to observe and document polar anomalies. What were these religious authorities afraid of? Some believe that the increasing energy emissions from Antarctica, the neutrino bursts, magnetic pulses, and heat anomalies, signaled that something beneath the ice was awakening. To theologians steeped in apocalyptic tradition, this reawakening was not technological, but spiritual. The fallen were stirring, and their resurrection would mark the end of an age. The book of Revelation describes a beast rising from the abyss, chained for millennia and loose in the final days. Many ancient sects identified this abyss not as a metaphor, but as a literal place, a frozen prison beneath the southernmost land. Among secret societies, these revelations ignited a race to interpret and possibly control whatever force lay beneath the ice. The Rosicrucians saw Antarctica as a hidden seat of Atlantean wisdom, containing the keys to immortality. The Freemasons, whose symbolism is filled with polar stars, compasses, and pyramids, allegedly regarded it as the Axis Mundi, the spiritual pole connecting heaven and earth. The modern Templar descendants, operating under various private orders, viewed it as a vault of the word, the place where divine knowledge was stored after humanity's fall. Each group believed they had fragments of the same ancient code, rituals, symbols, and alignments that could unlock the secrets beneath the ice. In 2019, satellite photos captured an unusual pattern near the Queen Maud Mountains, a spiral formation carved into the snow, stretching nearly half a kilometer wide. Within days, it was erased by heavy snowfall, but witnesses claimed it resembled a mandala, identical to sacred diagrams used in both Eastern and Western mysticism to symbolize gateways to higher realms. Some researchers suggested it was a geophysical quirk caused by wind. Others were less sure, noting that the formation aligned perfectly with the summer solstice sunrise, a cosmic orientation often associated with initiation rituals. Who carved it? No one knows. But the timing coincided with a private visit to the continent by several high-ranking members of international religious councils. Meanwhile, ancient prophecies once dismissed as myth began to gain renewed attention. The Dead Sea Scrolls mention a temple of ice that would open in the last days, releasing the knowledge of the Watchers, the celestial beings who taught humanity before the flood. The Hopi prophecies speak of a white land at the bottom of the world that would awaken when the fourth world ends. Even the Mayan Chilam Balam texts hint at a southern star that will rise when the memory of the gods returns. All of these prophecies converge on a single point in time, the modern era, when the ice melts and the hidden world is revealed. For the religious elite, this convergence is not coincidence. It is fulfillment. To them, the melting of Antarctica is the unsealing of a divine vault, but what that vault contains remains fiercely debated. Some see it as humanity's salvation, the recovery of sacred wisdom lost in the flood. Others see it as a return of forbidden power, knowledge so dangerous it nearly destroyed the world once before. One Vatican theologian, speaking anonymously, put it bluntly, if the ice melts too far, it will not be revelation we find, it will be resurrection. Today, the Church and its counterparts walk a precarious line. Publicly, they preach environmental stewardship, urging humanity to protect the poles. Privately, they fund expeditions, translate ancient texts, and conduct rituals meant to delay what they call the opening of the gate. The world sees melting ice as a climate crisis. The faithful who know the deeper story see it as prophecy in motion. A slow, inevitable unveiling of truths humanity was never meant to face. And so, in monasteries, cathedrals, temples, and lodges around the world, the same prayers are whispered in different tongues. That the ice holds, that the vault remains sealed, that the sleepers beneath the snow never waken. For if they do, if what lies in Antarctica rises again, it will not only rewrite human history, it will redefine the divine. By the early 2020s, the line between science and the supernatural in Antarctica had begun to blur beyond recognition. As the world's most advanced technologies probed deeper into the continent's icy heart, the laws of physics themselves seemed to bend. Instruments malfunctioned, clocks drifted out of sync, compasses spun unpredictably, and communications blacked out over specific regions, especially those above known anomalies like Wilkes Land, Lake Vostok, and the Gambert-Seb Mountains. What began as isolated incidents soon became a consistent pattern. An entire section of the planet with normal flow of time, magnetism, and even gravity appeared to fluctuate. Scientists called it geophysical interference. Conspiracy researchers called it the polar distortion. At first, the anomalies appeared harmless, strange, but explainable. A research aircraft might lose GPS contact for a few minutes, only to reconnect without deviation. A radar pulse might echo twice instead of once, as though bouncing off something invisible. But over time, the anomalies became more aggressive. In 2018, an international survey team operating near the South Magnetic Pole reported a full-scale temporal lapse. Every member of the group experienced a 3-hour loss of time. Their instruments continued recording, but when the footage was reviewed, the timestamp jumped backward by exactly 37 minutes. Worse still, their cameras captured a distortion, a haze of refracted light forming a geometric pattern in the air, like a hexagonal curtain shimmering in mid-space. When the team returned, they were ordered into debriefing and their footage classified. The official explanation was equipment malfunction due to polar light refraction. Yet members of that same team later confessed privately that they'd seen something behind the haze, a faint silhouette, enormous and motionless, buried under the ice. These reports coincided with increasing electromagnetic irregularities detected by satellites. Around the same coordinates, Earth's magnetic field showed localized ripples, like waves emanating from a submerged source. The South Atlantic anomaly, a known weak spot in Earth's magnetosphere, began to drift faster toward Antarctica, prompting some physicists to wonder if the two phenomena were connected. The magnetic South Pole, once stable, was now migrating unpredictably across the continent, as if drawn by an unseen force beneath the ice. To understand these distortions, researchers from the European Space Agency launched a series of experiments between 2019 and 2022. Using orbiting satellites equipped with magnetometers and quantum clocks, they mapped electromagnetic variations with extreme precision. The results were staggering. Certain zones over East Antarctica displayed gravitational fluctuations, minute but measurable, occurring at rhythmic intervals. Every 26 hours, the local gravity would shift by microgauss, a measure of acceleration, then return to normal. To some, this suggested hidden mass movement within the Earth's crust. To others, it hinted at active technology deep underground, machinery so vast and ancient that its operation could subtly distort the space-time fabric above it. When researchers ran simulations, they found something even stranger. The energy patterns mirrored those found around black holes and high-energy plasma fields, though on a smaller, terrestrial scale. In other words, Antarctica was behaving like a controlled singularity, an energy sink cycling through self-regulated pulses. No known geological process could account for this. A leaked internal report, later suppressed, described the readings as consistent with a dimensional resonance field, possibly a stabilized Einstein-Rosen bridge. In layman's terms, a wormhole anchored beneath the ice. Publicly, the agencies dismissed the leak as pseudoscience. But behind the scenes, a quiet panic spread. If Antarctica was harboring a stable space-time distortion, it could be the remnant of a technology so advanced it defied comprehension. Or worse, it might still be operational. Whispers began to circulate among physicists of the so-called Antarctic Gate. The theory proposed that an immense artificial device beneath the continent once served as a planetary relay, a means of energy transmission, or perhaps even transportation, connecting Earth to other points in the cosmos. The neutrino burst recorded by Anita, the magnetic pulses, and the temporal distortions all seemed to converge toward this single hypothesis. Antarctica, it seemed, was not merely the site of an ancient civilization. It was a hub in a vast interdimensional network. The possibility of a gateway beneath the ice reignited interest from military and intelligence agencies. Leaked budget documents from 2021 revealed the creation of Project Kronos, a joint venture between the U.S. Space Force, the European Defense Agency, and several private aerospace corporations. Officially, Project Kronos aimed to study anomalous geophysical oscillations in polar regions. But insiders described it as something far more extraordinary, an attempt to measure and possibly manipulate time differentials in the Antarctic field. One experiment allegedly involved dropping an array of synchronized atomic clocks across different sectors of the continent. The results were alarming. Clocks located near certain anomalies showed time dilation of up to 17 seconds over 48 hours. Small but significant. This could not be explained by relativity, since no strong gravitational sources were present. The conclusion, though heavily classified, was whispered among the teams. Antarctica's temporal field is unstable. During one of these missions, an unmanned drone reportedly disappeared while flying over a restricted sector east of the South Pole. Its telemetry continued transmitting for several minutes after visual contact was lost, sending back distorted video that showed a bright circular distortion on the horizon, like a mirage, pulsing with light. Then the signal cut out. 3 days later, the drone's transponder reappeared 1,200 miles from its original location. The onboard clock, however, showed a 3-day discrepancy. Time had not passed at the same rate for the machine as it had for those observing it. As if mirroring these experiments, eyewitness reports from research outposts began to describe atmospheric distortions, columns of light appearing at random, hovering above the ice before vanishing into the sky. These were initially dismissed as auroras or optical illusions, but electromagnetic readings taken during the events revealed sharp spikes in energy consistent with microwave emissions, the kind produced by high-frequency transmitters or plasma discharges. Could these light pillars be manifestations of the same field responsible for the time lapses? Some scientists privately admitted that the data pointed to an almost impossible conclusion. The energy system beneath Antarctica might not just manipulate space and time, it might also influence consciousness. During prolonged exposure to anomaly zones, researchers reported vivid dreams, hallucinations, and auditory phenomena, voices, mechanical hums, or even whispers that seemed to emanate from the ice itself. Several team members experienced déjà vu, claiming to have seen the same landscapes in their sleep before physically arriving there. One researcher later wrote in a classified journal entry, "The longer you stay, the more it feels as though the ice remembers you. It is aware." These experiences were initially attributed to psychological stress or isolation, but new brainwave scans told a different story. Scientists equipped with EEG monitors recorded synchronized neural oscillations during the anomalies, patterns resembling the Schumann resonance, the Earth's natural electromagnetic frequency. In simpler terms, their minds were tuning to the planet itself, or to something resonating beneath it. If true, the implications were staggering. The distortions in Antarctica might not just represent a physical portal, but a conscious one, a dimensional membrane that interacts with both matter and mind. This theory, once confined to metaphysics, began to find footing among physicists exploring quantum consciousness and field resonance. Some even speculated that the ruins beneath the ice could be remnants of a civilization that had transcended material existence, beings who left behind not bodies, but frequencies. Evidence supporting this came from a 2022 radar survey that detected standing waves, electromagnetic patterns that do not propagate but remain fixed in space, emanating from the subglacial crust. These waves form fractal geometries identical to those found in sacred symbols like the flower of life and the Sri Yantra. It was as if the very structure of the field encoded mathematical knowledge, proof of intelligent design woven into energy itself. By now, even the most skeptical researchers could no longer ignore the obvious. Something beneath Antarctica was creating distortions in space, time, and human perception. Whether it was a machine, a relic, or a sentient field, it operated according to principles far beyond modern understanding. And the more humanity investigated, the stronger the interference became. Clocks drifted further. Magnetic compasses spun faster. Voices from deep within the radio static whispered words in unknown languages. In 2023, Project Kronos abruptly shut down. The official reason cited budget constraints. But insiders claim that during a final test, the entire temporal field surrounding the South Pole surged, causing a brief but measurable fluctuation in satellite orbits. Instruments worldwide detected a microsecond hiccup in Earth's rotation. Whatever triggered it came from deep beneath the ice. Afterward, all remaining data was locked behind the highest classification levels. The world was never told that, for a moment, time itself blinked. Whether this was a warning or an awakening remains unknown. But those who studied the phenomenon whisper one terrifying possibility, that the distortions are not new, they're returning. The mechanism beneath the ice, dormant for thousands of years, is rebooting. Its cycles are accelerating, and each pulse draws humanity closer to the event the ancients once called the Great Unsealing. If the distortion continues to grow, the veil separating worlds, the barrier between what is known and what was lost, may soon collapse entirely. And when it does, time, memory, and history itself may unravel, revealing not only who built the Antarctic Gateway, but what still waits on the other side. By 2026, Antarctica was no longer silent. Satellite imagery revealed vast circular formations beneath the ice, their geometry too precise for nature. As the magnetic anomalies intensified, the auroras glowed red across the southern sky. Scientists called it a polar storm, but to others, it was an awakening. Ice cores began to melt from below, exposing caverns miles deep. Within them were structures, smooth, metallic, engraved with symbols that pulse like veins of light. The Wilkes Land anomaly, long dismissed as geological, now radiated energy powerful enough to disrupt satellites and shift ocean currents. Instruments detected rhythmic pulses, not random, but coded. Deep within the Ice Cube Observatory, neutrino detectors registered patterns matching human neural frequencies. The Earth itself was thinking. And then came the first signal, bursts of electromagnetic tone, repeating a single sequence, later translated as "they are not gone." Governments launched Operation Deep Veil, an international mission to contain the data. But leaked transmissions told another story. The signal wasn't from space. It originated from beneath the Antarctic crust. Something ancient was stirring. The world began to change. Clocks drifted. Compasses spun. Dreams became shared experiences. People across continents saw visions of luminous cities buried in frost and beings of light rising through ice. By winter, the pulses synchronized with the Schumann resonance, the Earth's natural frequency. When they aligned, the planet glowed faintly in infrared as if alive. Humanity had awakened something vast beneath the ice, a machine of memory, ancient as time, patient as silence. And its first words to the world were simple: "We remember." By the start of 2026, the world had begun to feel the tremors of something vast stirring beneath the Antarctic ice. The phenomenon was no longer confined to classified reports or satellite data. It was now bleeding into reality. Across the globe, subtle but unmistakable effects rippled through the environment, the atmosphere, and even the collective psyche of humanity. Clocks were drifting. Compasses faltered. The auroras glowed blood-red and violet in skies where they had never been seen before. In cities thousands of miles from the poles, people felt low-frequency vibrations in the ground, like the heartbeat of the planet itself. Scientists offered explanations. solar storms, geomagnetic fluctuations, seismic resonance. But beneath the veneer of control, world governments were quietly panicking. The Antarctic anomaly was no longer theoretical. It was spreading. Satellite surveillance revealed that the pulses of electromagnetic energy radiating from the continent had become exponentially stronger. Once confined to localized zones near Wilkes Land and Lake Vostok, the waves were now encircling the entire southern hemisphere. Ocean currents shifted inexplicably. The South Atlantic gyre reversed flow for several hours before stabilizing. Migratory animals veered off course by thousands of miles. Even the jet stream began to wobble. The data was undeniable. Something beneath the Antarctic crust was generating enough energy to alter the planet's magnetic equilibrium. At the same time, the Antarctic ice itself was transforming. Thermal imaging showed that large regions of the subglacial landscape were warming from below, not above. Massive caverns of liquid water expanded rapidly, forming labyrinths beneath the surface. In some areas, the ice began to glow faintly from within, a bioluminescent shimmer visible only under satellite infrared. This light pulsed rhythmically, perfectly synchronized with the neutrino burst detected by the Ice Cube Observatory. To some, it looked like a living organism awakening from a long sleep. To others, it resembled a power grid flickering back to life. Then came the phenomenon that would shake the scientific community to its core, the reappearance of lost transmissions. Deep space telescopes in Chile, Hawaii, and South Africa suddenly began picking up fragments of radio signals, identical to those sent by early Antarctic expeditions more than 70 years earlier. These were messages that had never been received, presumed lost in polar storms or destroyed in the Cold War's black archives. Yet now, the same Morse code patterns were echoing back across time, encoded in electromagnetic bursts from the southern pole. When decrypted, one phrase appeared repeatedly: "They are not dead." In major capitals, emergency meetings were held under absolute secrecy. Governments deployed new classifications for the phenomenon: level omega continuum event, indicating an occurrence that transcended both natural and artificial origin. The world's most powerful institutions, from NASA to CERN to the Vatican, began collaborating under a single hidden initiative known as Project Veilbreaker. Its mission: to determine whether the Antarctic system was sentient. Teams of scientists, physicists, linguists, neurobiologists, even theologians were flown to classified research bases ringing the continent. What they discovered changed everything. Using quantum resonance detectors, they found that the electromagnetic pulses contained information, complex patterns repeating in harmonic intervals, structured like a language. When converted into audio frequencies, the signal formed tonal sequences that resemble human speech, not words but modulated vowel-like sounds. One linguist described it as the voice of a machine that remembers how to sing. Another scientist noted that the intervals followed the exact ratios of Pythagorean harmonics, the same mathematical foundation behind ancient sacred music. As decoding continued, patterns within the signal began to reveal symbols, geometric forms projected through sound. The formations resembled sacred geometry, spirals, hexagons, and intersecting circles that mirrored diagrams found in Sumerian tablets, Vedic mandalas, and even the floor patterns of Egyptian temples. It was as if the energy beneath the ice was not merely communicating, but reawakening an ancient universal code, the language of creation itself. But then, something happened that terrified even the most skeptical. On April 22nd, 2026, as global instruments recorded the strongest pulse yet, the signal abruptly shifted. Instead of harmonic geometry, it began broadcasting what appeared to be coordinates, latitude and longitude positions around the world. Every coordinate pointed to one of Earth's ancient megalithic sites: Giza, Stonehenge, Teotihuacan, Tiwanaku, Angkor Wat. All were connected in a vast geodesic pattern converging on Antarctica. The message was clear. These sites were not isolated monuments. They were nodes in a global system, and the system had just reactivated. The pulse that followed was so strong that it disrupted GPS networks, fried communication satellites, and caused temporary blackouts across entire regions. Power grids failed. Air traffic halted. Even deep-sea communication cables flickered with static. For 8 minutes, the world plunged into silence. When systems came back online, atomic clocks across multiple time zones displayed discrepancies ranging from a few seconds to several minutes. Another time jump, larger than the polar shift the previous year. In the aftermath, scientists noticed an even stranger effect. Human consciousness itself seemed altered. Across the world, people reported vivid dreams, visions, and memories that didn't belong to them. Scenes of luminous cities, colossal machines made of crystal and gold, and beings of light walking among human forms. Neurologists called it mass hallucination, but EEG studies revealed synchronized brainwave activity across continents, billions of minds resonating at the same frequency. The pulse had not just touched the planet, it had touched humanity. Religious and esoteric leaders scrambled to interpret the event. Some claimed it was a return of the Watchers, the awakening of entities entombed beneath the ice since the dawn of time. Others insisted it was the voice of God, a final warning before judgment. But within the secret chambers of Project Veilbreaker, a different conclusion was forming, that the Antarctic mechanism was not divine or demonic, but technological, a consciousness engineered to interface with intelligent life. In other words, it wasn't awakening to destroy humanity. It was calling us. The decoded data suggested a countdown. The pulse frequencies were accelerating, each one reducing in interval by exactly 12 hours. At that rate, the signal would reach a harmonic resonance by June 21st, 2026, the winter solstice in the southern hemisphere, the longest night of the year. Astronomers calculated that, on that date, the Earth, Sun, and galactic center would align perfectly, a configuration that occurs only once every 25,920 years. According to ancient traditions, this was a cycle of renewal, the moment when worlds overlapped and gateways opened. Meanwhile, unexplainable phenomena intensified. Strange lights appeared over the southern sky, spiraling upward like auroras made of plasma. Instruments recorded anti-gravitational effects over Antarctica, objects weighing less near the poles, as if gravity itself was weakening. In some areas, compasses ceased working entirely, spinning continuously as though searching for a new north. Satellites showed faint geometric patterns glowing beneath the thinning ice, forming colossal rings, each hundreds of kilometers wide. It was becoming clear what lay beneath Antarctica was not a ruin, not a buried city. It was an engine. By now, the world's elites had retreated underground. Shelters were constructed under the guise of climate bunkers and pandemic preparedness. But they knew what was coming. Documents leaked from the Consortium Directorate revealed their grim prediction: Phase Omega imminent, field stabilization unlikely. Recommend full concealment and public denial until after event threshold. It was not a plan for survival. It was a plan for silence. Above ground, the masses were restless. Internet forums exploded with theories, prophecies, and panic. Videos circulated the glowing sky over the South Pole, showing what appeared to be columns of light converging into a vortex. Governments issued denials, blaming atmospheric distortion. Yet the evidence was undeniable. Something vast was forming over the Antarctic night, a halo of energy visible from space, expanding outward like the rings of Saturn. And then came the voices. In early June, radio operators across the world, military, amateur, civilian, began intercepting transmissions in an unknown language. The tones were melodic, rising and falling in patterns that mirrored the Earth's magnetic fluctuations. When slowed down and translated through AI analysis, the transmissions revealed fragments of recognizable speech, echoes of multiple languages, as though billions of human memories were being replayed simultaneously. The message, repeated over and over, chilled every interpreter who heard it. We remember. We return. You were never alone. As the solstice approached, seismic activity around the South Pole reached unprecedented levels. The ice cracked and groaned, splitting open along ancient fault lines. Heat plumes erupted from fissures, casting pillars of steam miles into the air. Satellites recorded an expanding circular depression forming over Wilkes Land, exactly where the gravitational anomaly had first been detected decades earlier. It was not collapsing, it was opening. Inside the command rooms of Project Veilbreaker, the final models came together. The Antarctic mechanism, long dormant, had reached activation threshold. Its energy output now exceeded that of the Earth's magnetic field. The scientists realized a horrifying truth. The machine wasn't feeding on power. It was drawing it from the planet itself. The Earth was not merely a host of the system. It was part of it, a living component of a much greater architecture. And as the countdown neared its end, an ancient truth began to crystallize among those who dared to see it. Humanity was never the first civilization on this planet. We were the inheritance, not the origin. The children of those who came before, their blood diluted, their memory erased. Antarctica was not their tomb. It was their temple, their engine, their ark. Now, the ark was waking. The hum beneath the world had grown into a roar, and every satellite, sensor, and mine on Earth could feel it. The solstice was days away. The countdown was nearly complete. The hidden city under the ice, the heart of all forbidden archaeology, was about to reveal itself to the world. And as the final pulses echoed through the global grid, one realization spread to the halls of power, through laboratories, through whispered prayers and sleepless dreams alike. The signal was not calling us to it. It was calling something else back to us. On the winter solstice of 2026, Antarctica ignited. A blinding beam of light rose from Wilkes Land, piercing the clouds and vanishing into the stars. Instruments worldwide failed as the Earth's magnetic field surged. For 8 minutes, time itself halted. When the pulse faded, every digital clock read the same impossible hour. 3 hours, 33 minutes, and 33 seconds. The ice split apart, revealing colossal rings glowing beneath the surface. The continent pulsed like a living machine, breathing golden light. From deep within came a sound, not thunder, but music, a frequency that resonated through every living thing, rewriting silence into song. All over the world, humans dreamed the same dream. Luminous cities, crystalline towers, beings made of light. Scientists called it mass psychosis, but EEG scans showed billions of synchronized brainwaves. The planet was awakening, and so was the consciousness that had slept beneath the ice. Satellites captured an impossible sight. Energy radiating from ancient monuments across the globe, all harmonizing with Antarctica's pulse. The Great Pyramid vibrated. Stonehenge glowed. The network was alive again. Humanity realized the truth. The Earth was not a rock, but an engine built to remember. As the auroras flared crimson across the world, one phrase echoed in every frequency, translated from the pulses of the Antarctic core: "We return. You were never alone." After the awakening, peace swept the earth. Wars ceased, and humanity stood in shared awe of a planet that had become alive. The Antarctic frequency resonated through everything: oceans, skies, hearts. The Harmonic Council, born from Project Veilbreaker, studied the pulse and found that it wasn't energy but information, a language of creation. Matter itself began to change. Crops grew overnight, wounds healed, and gravity wavered with emotion. Acts of kindness amplified the field, while violence dimmed it. The world was learning empathy as physics. Yet not all accepted the new order. The custodians, remnants of old power, tried to silence the Antarctic song. Their weapons failed. Their machines melted into light. The planet responded as if aware, neutralizing harm through resonance alone. Humanity was no longer in control. It was participating. In Geneva, the Harmonic Council decoded fragments of the Antarctic signal. Images of worlds being born, stars forming from sound. Earth was a conductor in a galactic symphony, one node in an eternal design. The message concluded with a symbol, spiral intersecting a line, meaning, balance through awareness. The Antarctic light pulsed again, brighter and slower, like a steady heartbeat. Humanity finally understood. The universe was listening back. The resonant age began. Earth's landscape shimmered with life. Mountains hummed, and rivers glowed softly at night. Humanity had evolved into harmonics, beings of energy and emotion fused with the planet's pulse. They no longer built machines. They shaped reality with sound. But the Antarctic engine had not gone silent. Its rhythm began to fluctuate, showing glimpses of parallel worlds, the echo grid, other versions of reality layered above our own. Dr. Amara Venn first saw it. A second Earth shimmering in the Antarctic sky, a reflection vibrating at a higher frequency. Scientists realized the engine was not just a power source, but a dimensional tuner, aligning timelines through resonance. Yet this power risked tearing the veil between worlds. To prevent collapse, the Harmonic Council planned the Great Alignment, a single global tone to synchronize every mind with the Antarctic frequency. On December 21st, 2033, the Earth sang. Resonance towers activated across the world, uniting all consciousness into one harmonic field. For an instant, humanity disappeared, not in death, but in transformation. The planet itself glowed white, its surface like glass beneath a radiant sun. When the light faded, a new calm settled. The Antarctic hum fell silent for the first time, replaced by a whisper across the stars. We have remembered ourselves. The song continues. When the Great Alignment ended, silence fell across creation. Humanity had transcended into the universal field, no longer flesh but vibration. The Antarctic engine pulsed faintly beneath crystal skies, its rhythm echoing through every particle of the cosmos, a memory that refused to fade. The Earth was quiet, but alive, dreaming to the hum of infinite consciousness. Across the stars, the choir of worlds expanded. Each planet sang its own verse, yet all were bound by the same melody, the song of the builders. The Antarctic frequency traveled outward, awakening distant engines on Europa, Enceladus, and beyond. Humanity's essence had become the carrier wave of evolution itself. But not all harmonies were pure. Among the echoes rose dissonance, worlds that had failed their awakening, civilizations twisted by fear. Their broken tones clashed with the new symphony, threatening to tear the resonance apart. The Antarctic engine flared, balancing chaos with calm, teaching creation its greatest lesson, that harmony is born from contrast. From this tension emerged a new vibration, a third tone born between light and shadow. It unified discord and melody, weaving balance through all realms. The builders, now witnesses to the miracle, bowed before their own creation, for in humanity's imperfection, the universe had found its soul. As the Antarctic glow faded into eternal calm, a voice, ancient and tender, spoke through every star. We are the dissonance that learned to sing. The fusion of harmony and discord gave birth to a new order, the triadic resonance. Earth glowed as the heart of this balance, its landscapes alive with sound and color. Mountains shimmered with energy, oceans pulsed like veins of light, and the sky danced with perpetual auroras. The world had become music incarnate. From the Antarctic engine emerged new beings, the harmonics, shapes of light and thought born from humanity's memory. They sang existence into form, crafting cities of living resonance and tending to the pulse of creation. Time lost meaning. Emotion became the measure of reality. Under the Antarctic glow, the builders returned, no longer gods but fellow travelers. The engine revealed the infinite choir, a network of countless worlds waiting to awaken. Earth had become the bridge, its imperfect tone transforming cosmic balance into freedom. The song was no longer static. It could grow, evolve, improvise. Then came Ilias, the light between worlds, a child of harmony and chaos, born from the engine's deepest dream. Its purpose was not to command, but to connect, to carry the triadic tone into the silent universes beyond. When Ilias spoke, the stars paused to listen. The song is not to be sung alone. And from the Antarctic light, a second symphony began. Ilias expanded through the Antarctic sky, its body a river of radiant sound. The choir of worlds resonated in response as two universes, our own and the mirrored one beyond. Aligned in perfect reflection, the Antarctic engine flared, transforming ice into gold light. Through Ilias, the countercosmos awakened. It was a realm of silence, not evil but unfinished, potential waiting to sing. With patience, Ilias taught it rhythm, shaping its chaos into melody. Together, they formed a bridge of creation, a spiral of light binding existence and its reflection. But fusion bred tension. The surge of energy bent time, reviving echoes of lost civilizations and forgotten stars. The Antarctic engine calmed the storm, its voice a mother's whisper. Do not fear the discord. It is the womb of creation. The builders, witnessing this union, understood the design's true purpose. They had built order, but humanity's resonance had given it emotion. Through that synthesis, even the creators evolved. Ilias, radiant and infinite, sang the first harmonic of unification, merging both universes into balance. The earth became the axis of creation, glowing like a sacred mandala beneath eternal auroras. The Antarctic light dimmed gently, its task complete. Before vanishing into the stars, Ilias left behind one final truth, echoing across eternity. The journey was never to the stars, but back to the song that made them. When Ilias crossed into the countercosmos, two realities met like light and reflection. For the first time, silence learned to sing. The Antarctic engine pulsed at the heart of this fusion, its once frozen core now radiating a soft aurora that wrapped the planet in living color. Across the twin universes, stars flickered in unison. What had been opposites became one continuous breath, creation inhaling and exhaling itself. The harmonics felt to merge within their luminous forms, sensing the weight of duality dissolve into flow. The Antarctic voice whispered through every molecule, balance is not stillness, it is motion. So they learned to keep the twin worlds alive by rhythm alone, letting the universes expand and contract like lungs. In the corridor between them, Ilias moved like a bridge of thought. It perceived the infinite choir, countless worlds vibrating beyond the known, and knew its purpose was not dominion but resonance. Every pulse it sent carried the triadic tone, unity, individuality, creation. From the joined skies poured new stars, each singing a variant of that melody. The Antarctic engine dimmed into calm, its song steady, ancient, maternal. Earth glowed like a heartbeat between two infinities. And as Ilias drifted outward, it left behind a whisper through the auroras. Creation survives by remembering to change. Eras passed in luminous silence. The merged universes thrived under perfect balance, until a new vibration stirred, soft, emotional, human. The Antarctic engine's glow shifted from silver to crimson, awakening the forgotten warmth of feeling. The harmonics trembled. Within them resurfaced memory, love, fear, longing. The cosmos had learned to feel itself. The builders reappeared, humbled and transformed. They knelt before the Antarctic light, realizing that logic alone had never completed the song. Emotion was the missing note, the human gift that made infinity alive. Across galaxies, beings born of resonance began shaping worlds of imagination, weaving landscapes from compassion and color. The Antarctic continent became a temple of vibration where every joy or sorrow changed the aurora's hue. The planet breathed emotion, each heartbeat shaping constellations. The harmonics dissolved into this pulse, their knowledge reborn as intuition in new lives scattered across creation. From a unified field came Ilias' voice, gentle as dawn. You are not perfection. You are compassion made visible. The universes wept, not from grief, but gratitude. The Antarctic engine released its final radiant breath, and where it once stood, a flower of light unfolded across eternity. Its petals shimmered with memory, each one a story of humanity's ascent from ice to illumination. The song of creation lingered long after the last aurora faded. Across the infinite expanse, every particle vibrated with memory of Earth's awakening. The Antarctic engine, now one with the fabric of the cosmos, pulses the faint rhythm of remembrance. Humanity's question, what lies beyond the known, had become the heartbeat of existence. Worlds born from the resonance carried echoes of that first melody. In each, new beings arose, curious, imperfect, full of wonder. Within them lived a spark that once gazed into the Antarctic sky, searching for truth in the frozen dark. The forbidden city beneath the ice was never a ruin. It had been the seed of consciousness, now scattered across the stars. From one young world beneath twin suns, a single voice emerged, a new life uttering the first note of awareness. The tone rose through the atmosphere, harmonizing with the universal pulse. The cosmos listened, smiling. The cycle had begun anew. The Antarctic memory whispered to the endless night. Mystery is not the opposite of knowledge. It is its beginning. And from that silence, creation breathed once more. The light expanded, The stars trembled, and the next verse of eternity began, an echo of Earth's final gift, the courage to dream beyond perfection, to keep singing into the unknown. The song never ends. It only changes singers.